technical issues. All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the OffGrid Design Conference 2022. I am not your host because we're having technical problems, but I am your first presenter. So I'm going to take the time to present really, really interesting thoughts that I've had over my career as a UX designer. So without haste, let me go ahead and start that presentation off for you. And make sure to stay engaged in the comments, throw up any questions you'll have. At the end of this presentation, we will be reviewing those questions and hopefully having time to go over them and give you some nice answers. Let me go ahead and share my screen. And I will not be able to see the questions as they come because in the presenter mode here, I can only see the presentation. But like I said, again, I'll be jumping on those questions as soon as we are done. And hello, everybody. I see the waves right now. I'm excited to be here. All right, so let's get started. My presentation for today is called UX versus UX for the real world. Now, I have a question. When was the last time you completed a UX design project that went through all of the steps in the UX design process? And I'm talking about every single step. With almost complete certainty, I can tell you that in the real world, that's not always the case. Now, today, I hope to talk about or explore maybe some myths about the UX process. And then on the flip side of that, right, we have like maybe these things are a little bit murky. On the flip side of that, some timeless skills that you should be applying or that you could be applying to your workflow to make yourself a better UX designer. Now, I want to be very, very clear. I'm not suggesting you throw away everything you know about UX. Neither am I suggesting it is wrong in any way. In fact, it is extremely effective at taking ideas from abstract all the way to something more concrete. What I am suggesting, however, is thinking about the process more than just checks to go on boxes every single time you do a project, right? So without more wait, let me introduce myself. And also, before I get deeper into these topics, maybe it'll be good to understand who's the person talking to you. So, hello, my name is Frank Kelly Valdez. I am a product designer based in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, the United States. For over 10 years, I've worked in the design industry. And during that time, I've had an amazing opportunity to work with companies in pharmaceuticals, inventory management, fulfillment, publications, fintech, e commerce, and many more. I currently work at IKEA designing digital products for the many people. During my time working in fintech, however, I worked with a bunch of people from EPAM, excellent designers, one of the best group of designers I've ever met to this day. So let's get started. Let's talk about some UX myths. And the ones that I'm going to be covering today will be number one, you have to follow all of the steps in every single project. Number two, you have to wait till the very end to test. And then number three, users will tell you what they want. So let's get started. Number one, you have to do all the steps all the time. We've all seen so many versions of this diagram explaining the UX process. It's very effective at communicating all of the steps in order and, for logical understanding. But what does it look like? For example, and this is just a thought, right? Because this happens more time than not. if you're in a company where designers specialize maybe in one step or a smaller area of the process, that's one example. What about when, you have the research portion being done by a dedicated UX research team in the department? Um, what about, if you come into the project and the execution phase or in the execution phase within an agile team and the work has been mostly completed by an outside vendor or an agency, right? So that is to say, more realistically, you'll be catering it to the individual project needs. So instead of saying, one size fits all solution, I'm saying maybe that's not the case. Maybe we need to evaluate, what is our position within the company, the project, at what portion are we coming in, and what are we trying to get out of this? So, number two, you have to wait till the end to test. So, I have another question, and this may be kind of like a US term, but we're going to test the waters and see if you guys understand what it is. Who here has heard the term dog fooding? Think about it. We think dog, we think food, dog fooding. What does that really mean? Well, for those of you who have not heard this term before, it's not what you think, I promise. So, dog fooding refers to the use of newly developed product or service by a company's staff to test it before it's made available to customers. Basically, you have all of this opportunity to test it internally and in different stages of the product before it's released. Um, you're surrounded by a collection of the most smart people, like the most creative people in your day to day. You should use that to your advantage and test your product internally before it's released to the public. So, as the saying goes, test early and often. You don't want to wait. This is what you don't want to do. You don't want to wait till the end of the UX design process to find out that your product or service probably isn't going to work very well. So, before I jump into the next point, I want to give you guys a little bit of story, a little background into my life. This who is this Frank Kelly guy? Where does he come from? So, I'll tell you a story called "My Start in UX," a story about an old lady in a bodega. So, bodega, what is this term? So let me explain to you what it is. So, for as long as I can remember, on my dad's side of the family, they've been into businesses, small businesses, corner stores. So, in New York City, where my family emigrated to after they left the Dominican Republic, um, they're commonly known as bodegas. So, bodegas are small convenience stores where you can find anything from hot food, snacks, canned food, repair kits, ice cream, even like repair kits for your bicycle flat tires. Pretty much a one-stop shop, right? So when I was in college, I was working part-time at my dad's bodega, and I had an experience that would kind of shape the way that I think about design. So one day I was working at the counter and I noticed an older lady, probably around like 75 to 80 years old, and she was walking around the store. She lapped once and I saw her. I was like, okay, so maybe she's looking for something. She lapped twice. She was looking a little bit, confused, a little frustrated, and then she left. At the time, I was just like, sitting in the counter. I really just was aware of, my situational awareness was if anybody comes to me, then I'll, you know, tally up all of their products and then I'll charge them for it and I'll give them their change. So that was my awareness at the time. So after she left, my father came up to me and he asked me, "Hey, so what happened?" And I was like, "What do you mean? What happened? I don't understand." So I just shrugged and I was like, "I don't know." And so he looked at me and he said, "Next time you see this lady coming in, observe her. Where was she looking? What section was it? Was she looking at cans? Was she looking at, maybe cereal, something like that? Was she looking at bread? Um, if you can't see where she was going, maybe you couldn't leave your spot at the time, your post, and go look at what she was doing. Maybe you can ask her. If you can't guess where she's going, maybe you can ask her next time and tell her, next time you come to the store, we're going to have this product for you. So in a way, this is his view on like customer service. And at the time, this blew my mind. I was like, wait a minute, what? You can talk to people, you can ask them what it is that they're looking for, you can observe what their behaviors are. And so overall, like at the moment I didn't know it, but after pondering about it and kind of thinking back on it, it really affected the way that I'm approaching design today. Which leads me to the next myth, which is users will tell you what they want. Right. So now you're thinking, okay, well, you just told me like maybe if you ask people, they can tell you. Yes, at the time that's what I thought. But after becoming a UX designer and being in the industry for so many years, it's not necessarily that they can tell you exactly what they want. They just can't describe it. So, what is the first rule of usability? Don't listen to your users. According to Nielsen Norman Group, to design the best UX, pay attention to what users do, not what they say. Self-reported claims are unreliable, as are user speculations about future behavior. This is to say, users really don't know what they want. The best way to figure out what they want, or maybe trying to path your way into what they want, is observing their behaviors and interactions with your product. This can be way more insightful. So, with that said, let's talk about some timeless skills that you can apply to your UX practice to become a better UX designer. So, number one, I'd say is be a problem spotter. In the same vein of dog fooding that we talked earlier, in which we're testing products internally before they're released, we can also navigate or audit existing experience or user journeys and see if we can find any places in which we can make improvements. So I'll just give you an example here. In this slide here, you can see kind of two videos of me going through the IKEA store and testing out different parts of the user journey, um, and seeing, where I can find things to improve. And by the way, this was me casually shopping in IKEA. So yes, I love IKEA. I go there and I, shop. I use the product myself and I test it out. Now, yes, we are not our users, but we have enough experience in computer human interaction to identify where there could be possible issues and where there could be improvements. So always test it. So another thing here, I'd say is Jacob's law, and this law here is one of my favorites because it's almost kind of saying, um, just don't overcomplicate yourself, right? So what do I mean by that? Users spend most of their time on other sites. According to Nielsen Norman, Jacob's law is stating that a user spends most of their time on other sites. They prefer your site to work in the same way as other sites they already know. So, you know, there's always a time, I'd say, to be super innovative, but you don't want to recreate the wheel. There will be many more opportunities to be innovative. The trick is figuring out which opportunities are worth it. Um, I'd say that, in my opinion, it, as a designer, you see flashy buttons, you see colors, you see trends. There are many things that feel visually attractive, and of course, we can't disconnect that reality from ourselves because we are very visual creatures. But try to make sure that when you're designing for things that you're not trying to recreate the wheel, is what I'm saying. You're not trying to make something that is a proven pattern that you want to be innovative in and may lead to some confusion in some of your users. So, what's the next tip here? Building a cadence for continuous discovery. Now, this has been one of my favorite books I've read this year. So, kudos to Teresa Torres. In the book, Continuous Discovery Habits by Teresa Torres, she defines continuous discovery as weekly touch points with customers by the team building the product where they conduct small, iterative research activities in pursuit of a desired outcome. Now, how do you achieve this, and like what will facilitate this kind of structure? And one of the things I found that kind of has happened organically to me, and I can almost certainly bet it's happened organically with other designers, is a sort of relationship cluster that happens within, product or development. And this is the product trio. So if you don't have one, I definitely recommend that you do, which is a trio that includes the product manager, the design lead, and the tech lead. Now, this doesn't have to be this way all of the time. Depending on what it is that you're trying to accomplish, this could be a QA analyst. This could be, another designer. This could be a product owner. So it depends on what it is that you're trying to accomplish in the product. But basically, you're trying to find the smallest decision team that makes the most quality decisions, trading off speed with trading off the speed of decision making with the quality of the decision making. So, what's my next tip? I'd say UX business acumen. Now, this is a topic that I've been thinking about, for a long time, and I think that it really becomes super crucial for us designers to develop some sort of business knowledge when it comes to whatever space it is that we're working in, because it'll make us better designers. So, by definition, business acumen is the keenness and the speed in understanding and deciding on a business situation. Basically, in order for you to gain business acumen and make fast and smart decisions, it would be crucial to have a good understanding of how the business operates and what factors affect its overall success. As a UX designer, the more you know about a specific company, product, or industry, the better you will be at spotting unique opportunities for problems to solve. Now, people would say, okay, that's cool, but like, how do you get to this point? How do you acquire business acumen? So I'd say, hey, I put down a little guide for you. So number one step would be identifying the top individual contributors and leaders in your company and keeping them in your circle. So you've already started this. If you already have a kind of product trio where you have, the product manager, the product owner, you have a development lead, and then you have a lead designer. You've already started what is kind of becoming your UX business acumen. You're also going to want to ask them specific questions about the businesses and or the business and how they make decisions. You are going to learn the responsibility of other departments. One thing to note here: a lot of like UX designers, we come from varied backgrounds. There's people who work within the company and become a UX designer later. Some of the best people in general, I'm not going to say designer, because most of them have been product owners, but some of the best people that have had the most context have been people that have worked various positions in the company and come with a wealth of knowledge and differing kind of perspectives and viewpoints. I feel like the more you are surrounding yourself from with people that have all of these different or unique perspectives, the better understanding you're going to have of the business as a whole. So, with that said, you're going to observe the daily business practices. What are they doing? How is it that we're moving progress along project timelines? it can be many, many different ways that you're observing the business practices. You're going to take notes of monthly or quarterly updates. This kind of keeps you in the loop of where it is that the company is moving, what are the priorities, what are the opportunities, what are the new areas that they're working on. And then in the same route, kind of keeping an eye out for internal and external company announcements, because you can also learn from things. Sometimes you're super, super high focused on a project that the majority of your time learning about the company as a whole is kind of cut short. So the more that you can absorb of what it is that the internal or external company communications are, the better you're going to be at understanding where this company is headed. So, with that said, I'm going to offer you some parting thoughts. So my number one thought, kind of, with this is kind of vague, right? So it's hard to explain, but I want you to trust your instincts. And maybe this quote by Steve Jobs will do a better way of explaining than I could ever explain. But it goes something like this: everything around you that you call life was made up by people no smarter than you. Um, and that is all. Thank you. Now let's
Kelly,
jump on the
thank you.
question.
Thank you for your great presentation. And apologies for all technical issues before, but finally I'm with you. Okay, guys, do you have any questions to Frank Kelly regarding his presentation? That would be the great time to write them to our chat. Let's wait a couple of minutes. Uh, yeah. So, what are the key UX trends for 2023?
All right. So I have a thought about one of the trends that I'm noticing actually. So check this out. And this kind of goes back into my thought about the process in general. Um, so one of the trends that I'm noticing for 2023, um, and this doesn't relate to, like, maybe what you mean by UX is like the actual job of UX, but I'm talking more about the representation of UX and how we're externally communicating ourselves. One thing I've noticed is the obsession with case studies. Um, so everybody wants to have a great portfolio. Everybody wants to have a great case study to be kind of this pinnacle template of like greatness and how we're explaining our reasoning and our design decisions and this and that and whatever. A lot of the I've been mentoring for a little bit, by the way, on what's the name of this ADP list. Yes, by the way, if you want to mentor with me, go to ADP list, find me, I'll be there. um, I'm always open to conversations about UX. One of the biggest things I found, though, is that people really like complete, extensive case studies, when in reality, you may not have a lot to brag about if you maybe came into a single portion of a project. Um, and also, you're not doing everything ever exactly the same in every single project. So for me, when I'm reviewing these portfolios, I would say focus more on where you contributed, how you brought value to this project. It is, to me, refreshing when I see a portfolio that has case studies that display varying abilities in each of these different case studies, rather than a cut and copy template of, not saying that it's copy pasted, but like the same kind of rhythm of template. In a way, I would describe it such as like in UX terms, if you have the same sort of vertical rhythm, things can get boring. So change it up a bit, zigzag it.
Mhm, mhm.
So that's one tip.
Yeah, I always say that portfolio is never done, so you have to update it constantly. Yeah. Okay, so we have other question. What skills industries or concepts to pay attention to?
All right. So, what skills, industries, or concepts? I would say facilitation is one of the biggest things that I would pay attention to. In order, one of the things that builds communities and kind of I would say boosts design maturity in an organization is having great facilitators. Sometimes the company has them, which is great, but other times it's really on us to facilitate design and create this culture of design within a company. So I would say, if anything that I would say or promote will be um, facilitating design workshops or running design sprints. So I would recommend the book on design sprints. I forget the name of it, but I have it. I'll grab it one second. So this book right here, this is a great book. I highly recommend it. If you have this skill, you can, but for running design sprints, you can solve problems pretty much everywhere, regardless of industry.
Yeah, I also read this book. That's a great book, by the way. uh, yeah, it's like a working book that you can use like even when you are in the sprint, in the process of the sprint. It's someone's favorite. Great. Okay, so we have another question about different experience and mixed skills. Has it ever happened to you that looking at the design process or concrete idea products, the ones on the shelves, helped you out in your daily digital tasks?
Hmm. I'll have to think about that one a little bit. So, So, in a way, yes. So IKEA really tries to simplify packaging, tries to simplify delivery. The way that they explain instructions, as you know, in a way, it's kind of like I'm a fan, but in a way, they rely on simplicity to communicate more than text, which means if you look at the guides they use for these products, a lot of these products they have minimal instructions and they rely on illustrations for the purpose of describing the assembly. This can be reprinted for every country. So you don't have to have a different printing press for like all of these different guides if they are all explaining the same idea visually. This has inspired me as well to simplify the way that I communicate design. So rely more on visual aspects, try to stay low on text, and at the same time, think about my impact as a designer throughout the environment, right? So if I think about that, we don't always have the opportunity to make the world a better place, but it's great to think about what ways we could affect or impact or reduce, for example, paper waste. There is a project that I've worked on where there was a feature that was moving towards printed materials, and we designed it in a way that it's no longer needed. You could do this all digitally. So we don't always have the opportunity to make the world a better place, but we could find opportunities. And I think it's our responsibility to think about these things deeply, and to do all that we can to make the world a better place.
Yeah, thank you. Sounds like a great motivation, by the way. Thank you. And the next question, what workshops with team do you run the most?
All right. So the workshops with teams that I run the most, I would say, is discovery. Um, I like one of the things is specific. I'm going to name a specific workshop is the KJ technique. There is I don't have this at the top of my head, but this comes from a process that came from one of the people at Toyota in the early days. And this person came up with a technique of giving the voice to a mass amount of people without pressuring them Because, you know, in some occasions in business, there are people who are louder than others, there are people who are shyer than others. And sometimes there's idea anchoring where, you know, maybe I said something and I was like, oh, yeah, I like the idea because I like you and I'm going to go with your idea. So, to avoid that, there is a technique called the KJ technique where we allow people to put down their ideas on paper and in silence organize them on a board. And then after that, you come in as the facilitator and say, okay, let's organize these ideas by theme and then get overall themes. I think this works for many, many different things. One of the things I've used this the most for is organizing what we want to get out of research, because sometimes it's not very clear, but this can help you really drill down into what it is that you want to learn in your research.
Okay, great. Yeah, I haven't heard about that technique before. I heard about, by the way, techniques from this book, from this sprint book, like Crazy Eights and dot voting and everything. But this one is interesting. Okay,
It's
well,
very similar to the Crazy Eights technique.
yeah. While you described it, I also had this thought that it's pretty similar. Okay, so the next question. What was the biggest challenge you faced with while working at IKEA, and how did you solve it?
All right, so it's not necessarily a challenge while working with IKEA. It's a challenge of industry and changing industry. For for the longest time, I'd say around like 8 years, I had been working in fintech. So going from a space that is based on, money decisions and like financial literacy and all that, going into the world of physical products and facilitating digitally the purchase of physical products, so e-commerce, it was a big shift. So I'd say that like just getting used to the different languages, the different abbreviations they use for certain things. I would say that was the hardest part. But overall projects, I mean, there are times where, of course, you have an idea of something and you think it's going to be really good. And then you launch it and you figure out people hate it. It sucks. So sometimes, but this is good because we're learning, right? So we're constantly learning, constantly get better at what you're doing. So I think I don't see difficulties as an impediment. I see them as a mountain to climb, like something to get over and reach the valley of a successful product.
Yeah, thank you. So that's why we need the research, right? Just to understand whether the problem that we are trying actually to solve with our product, whether this problem really exists or it's just exist in our head, something like that. Okay, guys. So we have. I think that we have no further questions. At least I don't see them in the chat. So Frankeli, we would thank you. I really want to thank you for your great presentation. It was very interesting for me. I was very surprised with this new word that you just highlighted to me, this dog feeding, right?
Dog fooding?
Yeah, I haven't heard about it before, but nice. At least I would know now what we do with my team on my current project.
There
Okay.
you go.
Yeah. So think. Oh, okay. So the last question, let it be. Okay. What minimal design processes do you try to apply in projects where there is neither time nor funds for research? And were there any such projects at all? It's the last question, guys.
Yes. So one of the cheapest and easiest ways to validate a project, number one, we mentioned it, dog fooding. Talking with all of the people around you, all the creatives, all of the product owners, stakeholders, talk to them about the product, test it with them, and get their feedback on it. But then, if you're over that phase, one of the cheapest ways to validate is by doing A/B testing, and we use a tool called UserZoom. Everybody knows this tool, or majority of people do. But there's also usertesting.com, Hotjar. Very cheap. Very easy. A/B test. One question or one image, another image. You could also do card sort exercises online. You could also do questions after the card sorting. So there are many small things that can be implemented within a sprint if you're working in a sprint cadence that will get you results in less than a day, and that you can then use to work into your designs.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so since
Oh,
I
sorry.
will,
One second though. I wanted to expand on something else there. When you said like no time nor funds for research, there's also guerrilla testing. Now, I've worked in the past in companies where maybe there wasn't a dedicated UX research, fund. But you can also just gather your family members. You can gather, if you have children, unpaid labor. No, I'm just kidding. But you can test these things out with the people around you in your family or your friends, and still get some good feedback, and work that and implement it into your designs. Ideally, though, you'll work in a company where there is funding for research and there is time allotted for research, because we value research. And many times where maybe research is not valued, it is an opportunity to educate on the benefits of research and what this can bring to the product.
yeah, I agree. Okay, so thank you. Yeah, thank you for your answer and all your answers and the great presentation. And like a separate thank you from me for jumping in and starting this conference while we had our technical issues. Apologies to everyone for that. And thank you very much. Thank you for also helping us in our crowdfunding by doing your lecture today. And yeah, thank you guys. You could drop all your messages to Frankeli to the chat. And guess we will continue our conference with our next speakers. Thank you, Frankeli.
Alrighty, it's been a pleasure. Thank you. Bye bye.
Goodbye. Yeah, okay, guys. Again, apologies for our technical issues at the beginning of this conference, but we will try to manage all of them. So, and even after our first lecture, I want to officially start this conference. Nevertheless, it's already started, but still, I want to show you some information about what we are doing today, why are we conducting this conference, what is the reason, and a little bit about today. So yeah, welcome to the first day of our OffGrid Design Charity Conference. This conference would be today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. So prepare for the great 3 days of the great topics, design topics as well. And yeah, here's the schedule for today. Unfortunately, we have one change in schedule. Unfortunately, one of our speakers got some force majeure situation. So that's why today, instead of Anna Mamaeva, you will have my lecture. We will have my lecture on collaboration with product owners. I hope that we would be able to add Anna to our next days. But today, this is what we have. We would, instead of facilitation techniques, we would have lecture on collaboration with product owners. And this lecture is also very interesting, trust me. Yeah, as you remember, the main goal of our conference was to crowdfund 150,000 hryvnias, our national currency, because we wanted to transfer this amount of money to Come Back Alive charity fund, So they would purchase the mobile surveillance system for our armed forces of Ukraine. And the great news is that we achieved it. We met this goal one day before the conference itself. And this is really great news. We are very excited about that. This is something that we would not be able to make without you guys and without our great speakers. Then we just thought, why should we stop? It's always better to help more. And also, from what we know, Ukrainians like to overcome their crowdfund goals. So the crowdfunding is still open. You could donate to our monojar, right? The same resource that you were donating before, and you could find the link to our monojar in the description to this video stream. And also we would show you the QR codes with the link to this donation between our speakers. So yeah, the crowdfunding is still ongoing. As I mentioned, all funds will go to Come Back Alive Foundation to buy a mobile surveillance system. So this is, you could see it on the photo, and we just thought that it's really look like this character, Wall-E character, from the movie. So that's why we've decided to name it Wall-E. Also, we have something for you. We have 3 licenses for Framer sites for 1 year. And we also have 3 licenses for a Grammarly Premium. And now I will tell you how we will give our audience these gifts. So yeah, the highest donate of the day gets 1 Grammarly Premium license. But it's important for us to know who donated, right? So that's why we really ask you to write your name while you are making a donation. And yeah, you will see this kind of QR codes between, as I mentioned, right, between our on your screen, between our speakers. So please continue donating, continue helping our armed forces of Ukraine, and continue helping Ukraine to win. And as I mentioned, at the end of the day, the highest donate of the day gets the Grammarly Premium license. As for the Framer, we also ask you to wait by the end of the day, end of each day, right? As we will have the quiz. Every day we would have the quiz, and the winner of the quiz of the day gets 1 Framer license. I hope you guys know the history of Ukraine, because quiz of today is dedicated to history of Ukraine. It will have 11 questions, and I wish you the best of luck with this quiz. And one more amazing news is that all participants of this conference would have a promo code to 10% discount for all Arthouse books during November. Please use this promo code that you see on the screen right now, and I will give you like couple of seconds just to remember this promo code or make a screenshot. So please use this screenshot, go to Arthouse Books, select any book that you like, and read great literature. Okay, so we've already started, but before our next lecture, I would propose you to make yourself a cup of coffee, and let's start watching, listening to the next lecture, and we will give some like 1 or 2 minutes for you just to prepare for the next lecture. See you soon. Okay, hi guys. Hi again. Yeah, so as I mentioned today, instead of Anna Mamaeva, we will have a lecture about working and collaboration with product owners. So I think that everybody of you knows who is the product owner, and I hope that nobody had these issues in collaboration with product owners, but I did. In my career, of course, I did um, some issues working and collaborating with our teammates. And yeah, today I think that I really want to share with you my experience. How did I overcome these problems and these issues? Yeah, and the topic of my lecture is designer's opinion matters, how to stop drawing nice pictures for your product owners. Yeah, except let's say in addition to hosting this conference today, I'm also experienced design manager, lecturer and mentor in EPAM and sometimes on projector and sometimes in Apollo. And the main goal of this lecture today for me is to share my experience of collaboration with product owner as UX expert who has impact to the final product. Yeah, so let's start like from the beginning. Who is the product owner, right? So the product owner in general is a member of the agile team who is responsible for defining stories. So for me, if we step up from this description, for me, product owner is one of the main persons who is responsible for the whole product itself, whether this product would go to the market at all. And the responsibilities of product owners are he has to own the scope and backlog, and for me, these are the most important responsibility of every product owner. He also has to define iterations and stories. He has to contribute to vision, roadmap, and OKRs. He has to prioritize tasks for the team. He has to approve design work. He has to solve design and development conflict issues. This is very and very important. Remember the cases when you created some design and you present this design to your development team, and development team says, it's impossible to implement. Of course we can't. Of course we can't. What did you just create it here? And also the product owner has to understand enablers. So that's why in some companies, product owners has to have technical background. And I think that this is very important. So you have to understand like the whole product. And why, to my opinion, product owner is more your like a bigger bestie for you than business analyst. So I will go through these items and then I will describe you like in a simple manner. So first of all, business analyst, he has and he creates requirements roadmap. He analyzes requirements. He is a stakeholders liaison, which is very important because the product owner is customer advocate. Also, business analyst is always focused on a solution, and he creates project acceptance criteria. When the product owner, as we've already seen in the previous slide, the product owners, they are more about the vision of the product, about the strategy, what this product has to achieve, how this product would save people's life, how this product would solve people's problems, and how, of course, you would earn some money with this product. Yeah, and as I've just stated in this slide, the product owner has to create product roadmap, which is very important because there is a huge difference between requirements and product roadmap. I hope that we all understand that. Product owner is focused on the market, right? As I mentioned, product owner has to be customer advocate, a product owner has to do competitive market analysis and strategy analysis. And if we want to describe it in simpler words, when you work as a designer, BA, business analysts, will always tell you stakeholders' point of view. When the product owner will always tell you what your customer wants, what your user wants, because product owner is always focused on the market voice instead of a stakeholder voice. So this is like the huge difference between business analysts in product and product owner. And I know that sometimes business analyst and product owner are the same person. But anyway, if if one person could manage both sides, then why not? And as we also discussed with Frank Kelly on previous lecture, we don't live in ideal world. So yeah, everything could happen. So one of my main recommendation for you would be to gain the same product knowledge as your product owner has. Let's think like that. If you don't want to just draw nice pictures as a designer, but you want to create design solutions and create solutions that impact the world, impact people's life, so then of course we have to understand like the teeny tiniest detail of our product. We have to be truly interested in the domain. We have to have the sense of ownership. So this is what I always want from designers. I want in the same team. We have to have this sense of ownership, because without that, we're just people who come to work, who draw nice pictures, and that's it. If we want to create products that change people's life, we have to understand who are we working for, what domain are we working for. So that's why we have to be truly interested in the domain. That's why we have to participate in all demo. That's why we have to remember that product owner and business analysts are your best friends. Because if your users want something, it doesn't mean that your stakeholders, business part, want the same. And in order to create the best product, you have to find this harmony between them. You have to ask lots of questions, even stupid questions. And nevertheless, you're a junior designer, or you have this huge, great title, you have to ask lots of questions. You have to not be afraid to tell, okay, I just don't understand. Explain it to me. Also, it's important to keep a finger on the industry pulse. You have to understand what is going on with your industry, with fintech, with e-commerce, whatever. You have to understand what is going on in your industry. And you have to know your roadmap. You have to understand what you will do in like 1 month. I know that there are some products where it's too hard to know that. Some kind of startups, I also worked in such kind of products, but at least try to understand what's your vision, right? That's why you have product owner. Yeah, in my career, I also had experience working with different team configurations. So I had experience working with a product owner from the internal team, like from my team, right? And I had experience working with product owner from the external team. And let's try to understand what is the difference. Yeah, so the product owner from the internal team would more likely stand on your side, because like you're on one team, and it's most likely that the concerns that you have regarding the scope, right, the efforts of your developers and everything, it's most likely that your product owner would have the same concerns. Product owner from your team, from the internal team, would help you to manage the scope. It's again about the type of the project. For example, if you have a fixed price project, your product owner most likely would help you to tell customer that, okay, that's right, that's a great feature that we could work on, but this would be that would be the change request, right? While you're work well if or when you're working with the product owner from the external team, you might have more issues with that. Yeah, but the main disadvantage of this team configuration, although I'm not saying that it's bad, is that product owner from the internal team would not always has big impact on the customer team, and we understand why. So this is the same it's the same situation as you. So this is the professional who is outside of the organization, right? Well, if you have the product owner from the external team, the main advantage of this approach of this team configuration that you get to learn the general philosophy of how this organization works, right? Because this product owner, he has impact on your project that you are currently working on. So, but there are some points that you have to remember. Of course, you would have language barrier in the majority of situations. You would have them. And there are some situations where it's very, very important and can lead to some conflicts even, unfortunately. You would have more formal communication. You might have some political issues, right? When for example, you cannot offer some improvements to this product owner again because you have fixed price product, and first of all, you have to discuss all these improvements with your internal team who has not this product owner, right? So might be some politic, and it's harder for him or for her to engage with the team. At least, like the simplest example is that you have huge time difference. Although I'm not saying that any of this team configuration is bad, it just has different focus points, let's say. Yeah, it's for you as a designer, it's always important to manage the expectations, right? When you just start working with your product owner, ask how does the product owner sees the collaboration with the design team. But of course, have your own vision. It's again, if you don't want just to draw nice pictures, but you want to create solutions that change the world, be proactive. Do something that you and show that you want to collaborate, right? You have your own ideas. You don't want just to listen to someone, to product owner, and nod approvingly and say, okay, I will do. Be proactive. You have to understand what is important for your product owner, and it could be not just like the general project success. It could be some personal things. For example, your product owner has his goal, like special career goals or something like that. You just have to understand it. It's not easy, of course. It's not easy, but while you're working with the person, you just have to communicate to him. Yeah, it's also important to ask about the KPIs that must be tracked. I guess it's easy. You have to understand what you have to achieve. It's a very simple question, but most people forget about that. Ask what are the expectations from your role. What this person wants you to do, right? The easiest example could be, I don't know, your product owner wants you to add agenda to every meeting that you are scheduling with him. Otherwise, he just won't join the meeting. And if you don't ask, you would just not know what's happening, and you might have a conflict. And of course, ask for regular sync-ups. So also I want to show you this matrix, how to solve, how to prepare for conflict solving, something like that. Just take your screen, take your paper, and divide it to 4 sectors. and write your product owner interests and fears and concerns, and your interests and fears and concerns. I just added like example, very simple one. We had a situation where a team had concerns regarding the collaboration with product owner, that they wanted to create their own designs, and the product owner wants, and but the product owner just told them what to do. Create this, this screen, put button there, and put link there, and everything. Of course, both design team and the product owner, they were not satisfied with each other, right? Because product owner wanted design team to be more effective. He wanted to grow as professional himself or herself, right? He wanted to be efficient. He wanted to trust his team. But at the same time, he was afraid that design team time won't be spent efficiently. He was afraid that the design team would just take 2 weeks of time. They would go, they would brainstorm, and they would come back in 2 weeks, and they would show them something that was not even the solution of the problem that they had to solve. Also, one of the fears and concerns of the product owner was that design decisions won't meet the requirements. And the next concern is that design decisions won't be feasible to implement. I bet we all know this concern, this fear. But if we try to look at the other side of the conflict, we would see that the interests are pretty the same. You as a designer, you also want to make better design decisions, right? You don't want to be told what to create, what solution to create. You also want to grow as professional. You also want to be efficient at your work, right? You want to be happy about your work at the end of the day. And of course, you want to grow as professional. It was twice, sorry. Yeah, at the same time, your concerns are to be an artist, not a designer, to lose motivation, because of course we can lose motivation if we are not doing something that we like, something that we can, right? And other concern is that your design decisions won't be qualitative as product owners, because he doesn't have this kind of design expertise. And what to do in this when you find yourself in this situation? Try to create the same matrix. It could be like different kind of conflict with your product owner. It could even be conflict with your, I don't know, BA or front-end developer, anyone, or even your design colleague. This technique, this matrix really helps me to try to understand the other side, what they want, why are they doing what they are doing, right? And if we try to look at this matrix, we would see that both product owner and designer, me as a designer, we have the same interests. We have the same desires, right? But of course, how product owners see the success and how I see the success, it might be different stories. But why do you need this matrix? Just to understand that you have the same interests. And what you have to do is to align, to sync up, and just to understand what are the other side's concerns and how you can work with them, right? For that, like with this matrix, what you can do, look at the product owner fears and concerns. You see that design team, he's afraid that design team time won't be spent efficiently. Okay, report all create estimates. Tell him how many time you need to create any kind of design decision or to conduct any kind of design activity. And he would know that, okay, you are not watching Netflix, right? You are doing your job. Again, design decisions won't meet the requirements. Collaborate with your product owner, with your BA. Know what are the requirements. read documentation, project documentation, and design decisions won't be feasible to implement. I always believe that it's better to go like, it's better to present your decisions to your product owner after you approved and consulted with your development team. In that case, your product owner knows, okay, everything is feasible, we can proceed with this solution. Yeah, again, one more recommendation: ask what's the goal, not what to draw. You have to understand your product owner's vision to the task. You have to know how he sees the final solution, but this is not how you have to create the solution. You just need to understand how he sees this solution, just to know what is his main vision. Start from the quick and simple sketches. It's normal. It's totally okay when your BA or product owner wants to give you requirements by making these sketches. It's not like they are trying to steal your work, really. It's just the kind of person for whom it's easier to make sketches. Validate your decisions with tech and BA team, I would say first. Stop preparing dozens of versions for every task. This is what I also ask my team to do. Like, it's important to know what you've created at the end. And if you present to me 10 different versions, and in the end, if you won't tell me what version you want to proceed with, then you are trying to give this responsibility, to shift this responsibility from you who create this design to me, who, let's imagine that I'm a product owner, to me who doesn't have any UX design experience, right? Then why are you trying to shift this responsibility from you, designer, to me, not designer, right? So I always recommend having, okay, you can create 10, 20 versions, but present like one version to your product owner. Okay, it could be like, of course, there are some situations then when one is not enough, but still, general recommendation is always to go with one. Yeah, show analytics, competitors, examples, best practices to defend your design solutions. Yeah. What are the possible cases? What's the cases that I met in my career life? Product owner could be a micromanager. It's really a hard type of person to work with, but we do not live in ideal life, in ideal world. So of course it happens. And what to do in this situation? Try to build trust. It's not like they are doing micromanagement because they don't like you, or I don't know, they're just a bad person. Nobody's a bad person. Except someone, but try to build trust with them. You can try to suggest an accountability system. For example, every day at the end of the day, I will send to you the link to the solutions, I don't know, that I was working with. Or end of the day could be too frequent, maybe end of week. Every day at the end of the week, every end of the week, every Friday, I would send to you the list of activities that I conducted and the list of designs that I was working with, right? The other idea, try to overfeed them. What it means when you're like reporting every minute of your life to them. Yeah, like, okay, today I don't know, I did this investigation, I've created this design, I created 30 versions of this design. So of course, if person has too much information at some point of time, your colleague just tell you, okay, that's fine, you could tell me like general report at the end of the week. Establish expectations. What they want you to. How do they want you to work with them? Ask for forgiveness instead of permission. Don't ask them to tell you, okay, you can do this. Do something do investigation, do your guerrilla research, do your 5-second testing, and if it was not right, okay, just say I don't know, I just didn't know. Of course, I'm not telling about the situations when you spend 1 month for I don't know, for research that was not planned in your roadmap. Yeah, the other possible case is that product owner might have lots of ideas, but the team has limited capacity. It's the kind of persons that just enter the room and they're just trying to explain all the great and excited ideas that they thought about overnight. But now you have to, you have real tasks to do. And now in just 10 minutes at the end and at the beginning of your workday, you just heard about another 20 ideas. And you have to understand what to do, right? What are your actual tasks for today? How I'm trying to deal with that. Meeting notes are your everything. If you hear something that you think won't be true tomorrow because your colleague might change his mind, try to do meeting notes and send it to email, because everything that was said in the chat is not a document until it was shifted to email. Then bring a system architect to your meetings, because this is the kind of person who could say no to all great and excited ideas of your colleagues. Create design roadmap. So you could tell, okay, that's great, we can do this, but see, this is our roadmap. We can accommodate this work for this feature, I don't know, in 3 months. Make estimations and ask business analysts to check what was in SOW, it's a project document, state of work. So why to do that? So you won't invest your work and your time in something, in features, right, and functionality that was not even requested by your customer. The other case, which I don't think is bad, but some designers don't really like, when product owner creates draft sketches for designers. So we'll ask what is the goal and continue repeating, like every time that your colleague is trying to create a sketch, that okay, we are not focusing on the form itself, we are trying to focus on the context, right? Why do you want to put this button here, right? Agree that the drafts are the way to communicate the requirements, not the final solution. And give proper feedback, like to your junior colleague. It's for you, it's understandable, and it's pretty clear why you don't have to create 3 red buttons in a row on your website. But for a person who doesn't have UX background, it might not be clear. Yeah. This is very hard situation, but still happens. A product owner asks development team to create solutions, and only after that, designers create designs. Ask for priorities. Always ask for priorities, because you might find yourself in a situation when on a daily call you just hear that your colleagues are working on the fancy new feature, and they are already developing this feature, and this is like the first time that you hear about that. And it's not because you were not listening. It's because technical guys, they always like to to gather together and think about some great new features. And as a designer, you might not understand all technical things, and they will just not invite you to these meetings. Ask front-end team to inform you after every new idea. You are the consistency warrior, means this is you who is responsible for not having 30 types of buttons in your system. This is you who is responsible, not the front-end guys. Use task tracking for your and front-end team. Good enough is perfect. In the majority of projects, especially at the early phases, good enough is more than okay. And the main goal in this case is to conduct usability testing, even guerrilla usability testing. Yeah, it's always great to test your solutions with your users, and also dog feeding is okay too. Yeah, the other case is product owner trusts you, but there is other people who has more impact to the final product. Invite decision maker to team brainstormings and presentation. Conduct an impact mapping workshop. It's when you gather all your stakeholders together, you list all the functionality, all the requirements, and you could use Eisenhower matrix for that, just to understand impact effort, yeah, and to know what features are more important than other. And it's also great to conduct design presentations together with your product owner, because he would be your voice. There are situations when, and I'm talking about, this is like the kind of the situation when you have lots of politics on the project, and there are situations where your customers really trust your product owner, but for some reasons, not you yet. It happened to me. In that case, my main task was to engage with, enroll to close collaboration with my product owner, and all my ideas, like I presented all my ideas to my customers through my product owner, right? Even when I was presenting my screen, my product owner was talking instead of me, because we agreed that you're right. And it's like, okay, let me be clear, it's not like I've asked my product owner to talk instead of me because I was too afraid. It was just we discussed this idea, we agreed on that, he trusted me, he believed in my idea, and even when I started to present my designs, and when I start receiving first concerns, my product owner just stepped up, because he also believed in this idea. Just step up, and he started started this discussion with my customer. Yeah, other tips and tricks. Stop being afraid of your product owner. You really have the same goal, we just figure it out. Convince your product owner like you convince your customer. It's like the most important thing for me. Even if your product owner is from your internal team, it doesn't mean that you have to, that even that you could collaborate could speak to this product owner like your colleague designer. It's still the person who has now design, who doesn't have design experience. Stop talking about buttons. Ask about the problems that must be solved and the goal your product owner wants to achieve. Do not forget to invite your business analyst or service system architect to team brainstorming. And even if your idea was not approved, there is still a change that the next time you will be heard. And remember, a very important thing, that product owner is your ally in every conversation with your customer. And that would be it. That's the end of my presentation. And if you have any questions, that's the right time for you to ask them. Okay, I don't see any questions yet. I think that it means either everything was clear or nothing was clear. Let me give you a couple of seconds just to type your messages. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for listening. Okay. Okay, guys. So yeah, thank you. Thank you. So if we have no questions, that's great. Then I will believe that everything was clear for you. So now we would have a small pause for you. So you could just make yourself some coffee or tea or something else. And we will come back in 10 minutes. 10 minutes, it would be 7:50. No, sorry, it would be, yeah, it would be 7 p.m., sorry. How we may deal with the client who feels the product. Okay, just let me answer this question. How will we deal with the client who feels the product? I think that I know what you are referring to. There are some people, and it's not always the clients. It could be even your colleagues who are saying, "I feel that it's right." Right? Yeah, I feel that we have to do like that. I feel that I don't know. We have to make this button yellow, and it has to change color from yellow to red. To all these kinds of suggestions, if you feel the strength to say that, you can say, okay, I'm responsible for design here. I'm responsible for how the final product would look like. And if something goes wrong, I would be responsible for that. And there are some best practices that tells me that this is not the best idea to engage users' attention, right? But no, not all designers can do that. Not all people. It's not about design. It's like not people can do that. And if you can say that, the main recommendation from me, okay, we can do that, and we will check it with users. It's like the last resort, really, to check it with users. But there are some people that who it's really hard to convince, and the user feedback would be the best way to try to convince them that the yellow button that changes color to the red is not really the best idea. So if you don't feel don't have enough arguments, right, for your customer to tell that this is not right, and it's very important, by the way, that you are not like the single warrior with your customer. You have the whole team. And if the whole team says, I don't know, we don't know what to do, you can allow that to do that. You can allow to release yellow button that changes color to red. But then you will check it with users. And and the customer himself, he would see that, okay, that won't work. That's fine. We would invest efforts and resources again for you to change the solution. So like the hardest recommendation, the hardest recommendation would be to tell that you're responsible for design here, and you don't see that this solution would work. And the last resort would be to say, okay, we will check it with users. Okay, guys. So let's meet in. It would be already 9, but still, let's meet in 9 minutes. It would be 7 p.m. Kyiv time, and we would listen to a great presentation from our awesome speaker, Vitaly Friedman, who would tell us about frustrating design patterns. I really ask you not to be late, because I feel that the presentation would be really awesome. See you. Okay, guys, I hope everyone just had a chance to make coffee for yourself. And yeah, meet our great friend Vitaly Friedman, who would be giving a lecture for the next hour and a half, even. So, Vitaly is co founder and editor in chief of Smashing Magazine. I believe everybody heard about that resource, and I believe that everybody read at least one article from this resource.
Maybe, maybe.
Yeah, hi, Vitaly. How are you today?
How are you? I'm doing very well. Thank you so much for having me. I mean, I know that you're here, but technically you're here. So hello here and hello there as well. We have
Yeah,
so
I'm
many
everywhere.
screens here at this point. It's just impossible to, follow along. How have you been?
Pretty well, thank you. We had some issues at the beginning of this conference, but we are very happy that that we are able to make it. We are very happy to have you here, and we are very happy that we have lots of people watching us right now. Okay, so without further ado, I would give the stage to you and your great presentation, please.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much, Julia. I think there is maybe just me, but I think I can hear the audio from the music maybe playing, but maybe it's just me. No, it's not. Oh, excellent. Silence. It's great. No, thank you so much for having me. Thank you. Kudos to you to actually setting it all up, a conference and the crew. I think if you are watching this now, please just send a round of clap emoji in the chat. That would be very nice for the wonderful people behind the event actually making it all happen in these times. Right. So let's talk about some frustration because it's not enough of it in life. Well, I'm going to start sharing the screen. Yulia, if you could maybe send me just so I know that you actually see it. I'm going to
Yeah, we
start.
can see your screen.
Okay, so I'm going to start sharing again here, all of this right here. And when you see the cat,
You can
that's
see the
a
cat,
sign.
and it's full screen. Great.
Excellent. So it's all good. Great. Excellent. Unfortunately, I do not see the chat, so maybe I'll be jumping out and in anytime. But if I have any issues, then Julia, please don't hesitate to call me because that's the only chance for me to see what's happening. Right. So I want to share with you a little bit of a story. And I mean, I really wanted to be more of a conversation of sorts. So there are some things that I learned over the last couple of years, which are actually quite different compared to what I was maybe preaching on design conferences and in articles over the years. There are so many articles about things like how to design a perfect accordion, how to design a perfect button, how to make a table responsive, things like that. And I ended up working over the last 2.5 years. Actually, not necessarily willingly, but that's another story. I ended up working on very complex projects, enterprise projects, government projects, things like that. And many things that I considered to be a default, right, white space and things like that, just do not apply to enterprise. So there are a lot of things that are extremely frustrating, a lot of things that are remarkably difficult to get right. And I almost felt like I actually hit the wall at some point. So I want to share with you some examples of things that we learned along the way, patterns that will hopefully be useful for you as well, and some frustrations that are happening all over and that we definitely just want to resolve for good, for change. And I want to start with a little story, kind of to put it all into context, because this is when I started my journey. I'm not sure if you can hear the sound. You probably cannot. But this was my journey, right? When I kind of started. And it all really started back in the day. I mean, in, I don't know, 80s, 90s, when I actually started playing Prince of Persia. So please write a plus in the chat if you played Prince of Persia as well. I never was able to complete it. I was never able to finish it, and I never did that unless I actually watched YouTube play walkthroughs, right? But this was the time when I got really excited about the web, not the web, about computers and everything. And then eventually in 1998, I discovered this little site. I don't know if anybody is familiar, has seen the site before. This site is today 28 years old, right? Oh, maybe 26 years old. This has been kind of worked on in 96, 97, 98, and this actually was published back in 1998 as well. That's quite incredible. And it actually looks very modern in many ways, but it kind of makes me wonder, this little website, right, might be older than many of us who are attending this today. Right. And I remember this moment when I experienced it, and I thought, this is it. I want to be one of those people who are creating things like that. Right. This is what really kept me motivated and excited. And of course, over the years, we did a lot of experiments. This is one of them, which was very famous actually at the time. It was 2008, 2009, maybe. It was Ivan Ferreira's website. He's an artist, a musician from Spain. And he just played with technology and tried to break things. And this is kind of video text meeting web design and all of this together. It was just incredible times, right? Just to think about doing this was almost magical to me. I felt this sense of, I don't know, this goosebumps when I would encounter sites like that. And this is maybe what brought me to this passion and fascination for the web that we have. And of course, kind of moving forward, we moved back and we moved up to a very different level entirely. This is probably one of my favorite websites ever. This is a puppet theater website from Poland, I think from Warsaw, if I'm not mistaken. And just everything just fits so nicely together. They kind of play with this metaphor of the, carousel even is like a puppet theater. Everything is draggable. They can move things around. The same goes for the menu. The same goes for the article pages that they have, the tickets and everything. It kind of just seems to be working fairly well, including, again, the menu, which actually just looks perfect, right? This is exactly how it should be. Yet one thing we kind of didn't get right, and these are the frustrations that we get on the web. I mean, again, I remember vividly that excitement that I had in late 90s when I was experiencing the web for the very first time. And I'm wondering if you remember your first encounter with the web. Well, I remember that vividly. Kind of, it's just a generation between no internet and internet, right? And how come that 25 years later, we are living in the world where this is normal? Right? Where you go to enterprise applications like this and you have maybe, Meta Express here and you need to change your password. So off you go into this journey where you have to study that book. You take a cup of coffee, you take a cup of tea, you sit down, you take snacks, maybe a cookie next to you, right? And you start reading this protocol of all the things that you're allowed to do and things that you're not allowed to do. And sometimes it really gets to extremes because we get to the point where, for some miraculous reasons, there are some constraints. Some characters are not allowed for one reason or the other. But how can I, as a user, know? So it's kind of more like a game that you have to play to find out what you're supposed to do. And then eventually you're getting to this world, right? Where, I don't know like why this exists in the first place. But when you want to sign up here, so for a newsletter, right? You add a newsletter sign up to your shopping cart. With that newsletter sign up, which is luckily free, right? You check out. In your checkout, you have to type in your email address. Then once you successfully check out, you get a confirmation on your email address with a link that you need to click in order to actually type in your email address to then verify it yet again via your email and to confirm it yet again, and then you're going to be subscribed. This is just weird and frustrating and confusing and very irritating, right? Not to mention these beauties. Surely, okay, that's fair point. Yeah, I hear you. We don't have that anymore. We don't really do captures because they miraculously evolved and turned into different beasts, which look more like this, right? And I don't know about you, but I always have this really strange feeling. This particular bit right here, like right here, right? Or more specifically, right here, right? Is it kind of that pixel in that rectangle? Is it still technically a crosswalk or not? And I really look and stare in front of the screen, trying to just get it right. So this is like I always sometimes feel like in a social experiment. When I'm every now and again there is like this game, a maze that somebody's testing me, somebody's teasing me, and I have to figure out what the right answer is. So all those things are extremely frustrating. And then you also get to this really simple, badly designed and badly created things. Like, for example, date of birth input, right? Where you have a month input and day input and year input. They're not keyboard accessible, so I cannot just type, right? Instead, I have to walk through the calendar to remind myself just how old I am, right? And you really have to navigate through it because, again, you cannot just type it. And so you go and you start kind of moving up, apparently, I couldn't figure out for a while just what am I supposed to do exactly, right? So I have to actually scroll up to get to a particular decade, and then from that decade to go up to actually get to a particular day, right? And it took me 53 seconds to fill in that form. And I would argue that maybe this is not necessarily the best way of designing this, right? I mean, keyword accessibility is it needs to be there anyway, right? But it just, why are we ending up with this? And why don't we really why aren't we further, like again 20 25 years later after I even started, right? That kind of brings me some questions. And then of course you discover this, which is a date and time input for departure, and you get this, which is a material Android pattern that is heavily used on Android devices. But again, I'm wondering, again, if I think about the time of interaction, the speed of interaction, typing in the time and the date would be probably faster if it was just an input field. In a very the same way, like actually typing in a birthday input would be much faster if you just type it on your keyboard, because it's not like you have to look it up, right? You know your birthday most of the time, so you can just type it. It's going to be much faster. It's not like you have to check, was it Friday or was it Saturday? So in my work, what we started doing first was this idea of maybe defining sort of metrics to measure the quality of user experience or measure the quality of design. We call it design KPIs, and it's very custom. So this is kind of just a big slurp of all the different metrics that you might keep in mind, right? And again, it's all just a lot of stuff here, so we don't have to go through all of it. But I just want to point out a few, just to make it set the context right. For example, we really care about the accuracy of data that is submitted. So if you have an enterprise application, and in that application you have a lot of forms, which is actually going to be very typical, you want to make sure that whenever somebody is filling in that form, right, be it in a B2B setting, a B2C setting, a SaaS setting, whatever it is, right, that data is accurate, right? That's important. So I have to be able to say, well, with this design that we are proposing now, we can improve the accuracy of data. How can we do that? Well, with reasonable design choices. For example, when it comes to keyboard input, right? When it comes to birthday input, let's allow people to set the month, the year, and the day in the most obvious way possible to minimize the number of mistakes. So we need to then track it, of course, over time. So we take a design that exists now, and we track all these metrics, and then we take another design that I'm proposing, or my team is proposing, or whoever is proposing, and we measure that. Because when I work in a big organization, nobody trusts me. I mean, nobody trusts me, because I'm here to change how they work, and nobody wants to change their work because they feel very comfortable in where they are, unless they have a lot of issues that need to be resolved. And of course, there are plenty of other metrics as well. So here, time to complete a particular task, time to relevance. For example, if you think about search results, very often we need to track just what is the overall performance that we have for, I don't know, top 300 results that year, right? The results that we're providing, are they even meaningful? Right? So if let's say an expert who knows the domain can go ahead and say, okay, let's take a look at the first 300, or 100 even, or even 50 top results, top search queries, sorry, and look into what results we're displaying. And they need to tell if this is a good results or these are bad results. So our goal is to give people to good results, to relevance, as quickly as possible in search. Right? So it's not like they have to scroll to page 2 or page 3, but they can actually get through these things quickly. And many other things like error recovery speed, also performance, accessibility, and many, many other things. For example, there is a very strong connection between your design work and your service desk inquiries, which is often not even explored. Because if you have a clear navigation, you have clear breadcrumbs, you have clear pathways for people to move from one place to another, have a good search so people can find answers quickly, then you can massively save on the cost required for service desk support, right? So all these things need to be kind of connected in some way or the other. And so for every project, what we do is, as the very first thing, I define the set of metrics that define the quality of design and the assess basically the overall impact of design, right? And then I track it over time. How does it work? Every 4 to 6 months, we come up with some sort of task instructions, which are a very typical task that people do in our application, our site, and so on. Yes, I can hear. Okay, excellent. And we give it to the same audience, right? Well, not to the same people, but to the same audience and audience segments, because sometimes you need to break it down into different kind of audience that you have. And then we just track it over time. 4 months ahead, kind of moved or passed, we do it again. 4 months passed, we do it again. So we can track that with the design that we're working on, the important tasks, right? The important thing that people tend to do on the site are actually respected. Let me give you a simple idea. I'm going to jump out here, and I'm wonderful. What a pleasure it is to see you in the chat. One really interesting idea of this, and I know it's supposed to be a presentation, but it's probably going to be more like an interactive thing anyway. This is probably one of my favorite websites that I've seen recently. This is I don't know how you feel about Korean postal service websites. I love Korean postal service websites. I have a thing for postal service websites where you can buy stamps and send postage and track things and so on and so forth. They kind of represent a not too complex environment, but a complex enough because it's a lot of like a big organization that's behind it. And so what we have here, and I mean, if you don't speak Korean, I cannot blame you for that. I don't speak Korean either. But what we have here is a very clear, very strict focus on top tasks. Top tasks are these things that you display here on the top. It's kind of called a billboard pattern, right? Where you go ahead and you say, well, what do people do on our site? Now, surely there are a lot of things that people do on our site. There are a lot of links, as you can see here, right? But we should be surfacing and highlighting and promoting things that people are likely to do most, which would be this grid with all the different things that people can do. So what we would do in this particular case, we would say, we identified already what people do on the site. So let's track how people perform in that use case, in that use case, in that use case, and so on and so forth and so forth, right? So we can guarantee that with the new design, we are moving in a better direction, right? Or we're moving in the right direction. There are plenty of ways of how you can do that. You can also go ahead and just have a lot of links on the page, which indicate this top tasks. When you think about something like maybe, I mean, obviously it's very famous for that, GovUK, right? We have this popular on section. It just highlights the most important tasks at the moment, and our job would be to track the performance of those tasks, right? Okay, that's just an example. And I started working on it, and I actually really realized that it brings me to remarkable results very, very quickly. So we can have meaningful, good conversations about design very, very quickly as well. All right, moving out from this and moving back into slides now. Let's see how we can apply all of that. Right. And specifically, I think it's a good idea to really start about going to this frustrating thing that people, I think, often dismiss or often take for granted. So I think when we speak about any component, it doesn't matter what it is, be it accordion, be it table, carousel, whatever, right? In either way, there is no bad component. It just, there is a bad implementation and bad design and obviously bad UX of a component, but there are certain ways of how we can make those things a little bit better, right? So let's take a look at some examples here. Because again, when we think about carousels, there is nothing wrong with carousels per se. If you look at this beautiful carousel, look how beautiful that actually is in the back and also in the front. There is nothing wrong with it at all. However, when we look into how it's usually implemented, there are some issues in place. So this is the pattern that we ended up with for a while, right? Where we have a carousel, we have the arrow pointing to the left, an arrow pointing to the right, and then we have dots in between. These dots are there to indicate progress. At the same time, these dots are there to indicate the current slide of a carousel or slice of a carousel, as it's sometimes called. Now, of course, when you look into data, you'll find out that these carousels do not have a good performance. This is what the performance is, or well, was on this site because they redesigned, right? How many people see position 1 of the carousel? A lot of people, almost 85%. Position 2, 2 to 3%. Position 3, 2 to 3%. Position 4, 2 to 3%. And position 5, 2 to 3% as well. Now, obviously, there is a very clear conclusion from this. Let's just not use carousel because they don't work. I mean, if you see only position 1, well, then what's the point? You just show that as an image and that call it a day, right? The thing is, if we find a way to drive people to position 2, and I'm not talking about auto rotation, right? auto rotation doesn't necessarily help. People will be scrolling past it. But if we find a way to drive people to position 2 so they understand what is happening and why they need to go, or why would they want to go to position 2, then they're much more likely to go to position 3, 4, and 5, right? So how can we do that though? Well, the first thing we can do is to ask ourselves, and this is what I tend to do at this point everywhere, is it even viable? Like, why would we do this? Like, we should question every design decision we're making. So why do we do this, and for what purpose? Well, first of all, we use a carousel to usually pack a lot of stuff into one neat place. We want to show something prominently. We want people to interact with it, to move from one area to another. Right? But what does it represent? Now, arrows are obvious, right? It's direction. But at the same time, what do dots represent? Well, progress, but it's not clear enough. Like, for example, why would somebody want to click on page number 3, right? Like on this dot number 3. I mean, what do you expect there? You have no idea what to expect there. In the same way, I always get a little bit questionable or kind of confused about pagination. So if you have, let's say, pagination going from page 1 to page 78, why would somebody ever want to click on page 23? Like, maybe you would wake up in the morning and say, you know what, today is page 23 pagination day. I'm going to go all in, and all the interfaces I'm using, and I'm going to go to pages number 23. Now, that, of course, doesn't happen. So how can we make it a bit more obvious? Well, one way of making this obvious is to really think about transforming every individual dot into something more contextual. Turkey has done some examples of that. This is actually an interesting example from Sabah, which is a news website from Turkey. And they never use dots for carousels. Never, ever. Instead, they always use numbers. Always use numbers. Why would you use numbers? Well, you can reference to a number. You can point somebody to, hey, look at the slice number 11, right? For example. You can't do that with dots. Now, ironically, they also use dots every now and again, right? But, it's kind of interesting. Okay, so maybe we should be thinking a bit more about something that's not a dot, but maybe more like a number. And in fact, if you start looking around at all these Turkish websites, and this is a very old screenshot, you'll find these kind of numbers pretty much everywhere. Like, there is a lot of operation in carousels with numbers for one reason or the other. And this is probably my favorite website ever when it comes to carousels, Millet, which contains all kind of carousels we ever have seen on the planet in one single screen. So you have a horizontal one, you have a vertical one, you have one with the thumbnails, and of course you have a content slider, because why not? Like, all of them at one price, right? So, right, so how can we make it then better? Again, the point being, there are no dots here at all. Instead, there are thumbnails, there are numbers in here, right? Okay, so it's a little bit more contextual, but can we make it better? Sure, we just need to figure out what we definitely should not be doing at first. So when we look at this example, right, if I just give it to you and kind of observe it for a moment, how does it work? Where would you click? Right? Where would you operate it? I mean, there are plenty of options, right? Please write in the chat where you would click to navigate that carousel. This is a carousel. There are numbers right here. So there is number from 1 to 6, right? There is this black dot in between, and there is this vertical line here in between as well, right? And of course, we have the slice of a carousel right here. Now, please write in the chat, and I'm going to escape now for a second and check what you wrote in the chat. Where would you click? Would you click on the dot? Would you click on that line? Would you click on one of the numbers? Right? Can you write that for me? I'm going to escape for just a moment. And let's see if anybody is going to reply. Just a second. Probably like 15 seconds or so that we need to wait until you get that message. But eventually, I hope that you will be getting this, right? Okay, here we go. We have Alexandra saying the dot. Polina will be dragging a black dot. Nice to see you here, Polina, by the way. Alenka will be scrolling. Katerina will be using a dot. Scroll down, black dot, move the dot. I have to be very honest at this point. None of these solutions would actually move the carousel. None of them. A little bit disappointing. Why? How does it work? Well, this is how it's going to work. Whenever you actually want to navigate the carousel here, what you're supposed to do right here is not click on the dot. It doesn't really help. It doesn't do anything. You cannot click on the numbers either, right? It just doesn't work. You cannot drag it. Instead, what you expect to do here in order to be able to navigate that carousel is, of course, swipe. Swipe left or swipe right. And you might say, oh, wow, this is just bad design. Well, there is no notion of bad design really. It's all lives in the context. So some things just don't work for one reason or the other. Now the reason why it doesn't work is not because it's like horrible design, just because there is a mismatch, right? A mismatch between the expectations, because we have this vertical axis here, and because we have this dot in here, it kind of indicates movement that would be happening from top to bottom, right? But in reality, we have to move left and right, and so this is a mismatch. So this is something we need to advance, improve. And on the other hand, right, we need to be a bit more careful about things like this in other contexts as well. This is actually the same problem in a very different context. This is a Van Gogh museum, right? And you can see that there are arrows here on the bottom right. Scroll for more, and you have an arrow pointing to the left and arrow pointing to the right, right? So you would say, how would you navigate it? I mean, here you would again expect, because you have this horizontal axis moving, right, that you would be able to drag left and right. No, that's not how it works. You actually have to scroll down or up to navigate left and right. Again, whenever you have this kind of mismatch, you're going to end up with some situations with some problems. That's definitely something we want to avoid. So if you're navigating horizontally, right, you use this horizontal scrolling bar, right? If you navigate vertically, well, then you're pointing it out in that way, right? So that's pretty straightforward. All right, what else? Well, we also can do a lot of other things as well. For example, when you think about these dots in the carousel, do we need them? If we want to indicate progress, maybe we can just show the content and then have this horizontal slider at the bottom navigate as well, right? So instead of pointing to, 20 different dots, we can actually do that. Right? It might be even working better than the others. Here's another example where you also have Tilco, and you have this kind of carousel for reviews and options that they can customize, right? So that's kind of the same story here too. And here's another one, which is automatically rotating from Boogaboo, right? There are plenty of options where you can do that. But you can actually do a bit more than that. For example, why don't we replace this bar at the bottom with something that's a bit more contextual? Like maybe, I don't know, like those kind of labels, right? So now you at least know where to click on and what is going to happen when you actually tap or click on one of them, right? That's better. That's a bit more useful. And why stop there? It doesn't have to be just a label. You can also have some hover menus or hover effect or video preview or anything like that. This is a Creative Denmark. It's kind of a little collaboration of creatives from Denmark. And they kind of have this little carousel for the video segments, right? To indicate what is possible, what is available. You can go into the section and explore more if you want to, right? But at the same time, it also fades away to leave it be, to show this video in full. And then if you need to, you can actually go ahead and hover and again explore what is there. On mobile, it looks like this. It doesn't have to look like this, of course. I mean, we do have this tilting by 90 degrees. That's maybe a little bit too much, right? Because it's just, it's really difficult to read. It might be tilting by like 45 degrees, maybe 35 degrees. So it would be actually a bit easier to read. But it's an idea worth exploring, right? Moving again forward, no dots, right? Why don't we use thumbnails? So if you want to indicate recipes, just show those recipes as a thumbnail, right? Or if you want to indicate products, maybe you have some product images or product iconography, right, that you might want to point to. That also might all work better than just having dots, because it gives a bit of context to people, right? But then the question that I kept asking myself is, where should arrows live? So if you have, let's say, a carousel or content slider or whatever it is that you want to call it, right? Where should the arrows be? Should they be grouped? Because sometimes you see them at the bottom and grouped. Sometimes you see them in the center and not grouped, right? So you have one on the left, one on the right. Here they kind of really stick together in a smaller group, right? And then here they also group, but they're on the top. In the end, you're navigating the same area. So more or less, right? So you have an image here, you have an image here, you have cards over here. So whenever you click on that arrow, this one slides over to the next one. Whenever you click here, this one slides over to the next one. Whenever you click here, that card slides over to the next one. So between all of these options, let's say option number 1 on the left, option number 2 on the right, on the middle, and option number 3 on the right, which one would you prefer? Which one do you think is a better design? So again, I'm going to, please write in the chat. I'm going to escape now for just a moment yet again to see what you reply. And let's see what we are going to pick. Because again, when you think about those options, it's not a random decision. We need to be very conscious about our design decisions, because again, my work is going to be judged and measured by improving those KPIs that I mentioned earlier. So I can't say, I like it, right? I need to prove that what I have created or what we have done or what we have decided has a reason. Cannot be a random reason, has to be a good reason. And that reason is usually, well, we avoid this kind of problems, we improve this kind of metrics and so on and so forth, because this is what I have to do in organizations. So I see a few options in here. Number 3, middle, 2, first, right? So there are a lot of different options, but again, we need to be a bit careful about how do we decide it. And again, this is why I really like running, for example, even online workshops with projector and also standalone workshops, because we can actually dive very deep into all these conversations and define how we can measure it. Because it's not like there is a universal solution, right? It will be depending heavily on what kind of context you have, what kind of problem you're solving, and so on and so forth. In the same way, if somebody asks you, do you like the design or not, there is no right answer to that. You need to ask so many questions before you can actually answer that question, right? So it's you can't just say that. But there are some problems that come up with some solutions more often than in others. For example, when I look at this one in here, there is one common problem that appears here. First of all, sometimes people accidentally click on an image and get into a section, right? Or a product page or anything like that. And then they have to go back, and then the carousel is maybe in a different state. That's kind of a story in its own. That's kind of one issue that comes up. Another issue that comes up here is that whenever you have these arrows separate from each other, people always have to refocus and recalibrate if they want to move back. Now, ideally, they would be able to just swipe left and right. But if you happen to be on desktop and you have these big arrows on the left and on the right, you have to traverse and travel quite a long distance from right to left or from left to right to navigate in one direction or the other. Right? On the other hand, if they are grouped, be it like this or be it like this, right, then movement left and right is faster. Again, if you think about remote control that you're using for your TV or maybe never using anymore, right, these buttons are not like the distance away. It's not like you need another remote control to move left and another remote control to move right in your program list or TV channel list, right, or movie list. They're very, very close, and there is a good reason, because usually people move back and forward very together, right? It's not like moving only forward or moving only back. There is a lot of movement in between as well. So they need to be close. So ideally, they would be close on mobile. Don't necessarily have to be close on mobile or on desktop, but this doesn't really harm of having them grouped. So I would always group those arrows. I would never do this, actually. Instead, I would have a dedicated area where you can move left and right. This brings up a question, however, where then, if it's grouped, where should it live? Under the slide or above the slide, right? That's a question we need to ask ourselves. And this has a very simple answer. Whenever you're using your mobile phone, right? Whenever you have these arrows appearing on the top, whenever you actually do that and navigate left and right, there is a chance, it depends on how you design it, there is a chance that depending on the size of the device, whenever you navigate left and right, you always have to lift a finger in order to actually consume that content. And then you have to bring it back on the screen to kind of continue navigation, right? That can be kind of a story. So you will eliminate all these issues down the line if you actually display those controls in the bottom. But there is one problem or downside here as well, because some people will not easily be able to learn or discover that you can navigate left and right. So ideally, this needs to be really, really close to the image. Otherwise, you have discoverability issues. Sometimes it could be a sticky thing, or it could be floating, or anything like that. But in general, I would be somewhere, probably would be targeting something between this and this. And I would try to stay away from this because, again, there are plenty of issues that might show up here, right? This is why you also find a lot of applications which do something similar. Like, for example, when I look at, something like this, right, which is a Swiss television channel, again, those arrows on the right are grouped. So you can move left and move right from the same area. It's not like that arrow is on the left, right? And on the other hand, you also find it in many different solutions here as well. Here's another one from Reuters, which report on news, right? Again, you have left and right in both places grouped, right? So if I had to pick a reference example, and I know that I've been speaking now for 15 minutes about carousels, but if I had to pick a reference example, this would be it. This would be pretty much the example that I would always follow. Whenever you have, let me show you if I have it here somewhere. Yes, here we go. On desktop, you can go ahead and actually display those arrows on the top above the carousel, so they have higher discoverability, so people can actually spot them quickly, right? These buttons are big. In this particular case, they're 48 times 48 pixels big, right? They're really, really large, actually. But then whenever you go to a smaller screen, it changes, right? Whenever you go to a smaller screen, you actually get them jumping from the top of the screen, just above that carousel that I kind of highlighted in the previously, right? They gotta jump to the bottom of it, right? And they're still grouped. And this is exactly how I would usually do it. So if I had to design a carousel for one reason or the other, that's exactly the direction I would be going with. This is probably going to cause fewer mistakes, and this is going to be more helpful for people to be able to navigate without having any issues lifting fingers and kind of exploring content faster. You can also do it vertically. This is another story right here. We have overpass and you get this kind of grouping, but then the navigation happens vertically rather than horizontally. This is kind of the same story right here as well, right? And I guess at this point, one really useful thing to mention would be one little thing that we discovered, and that's, hold on, that relates to research on how people actually tap, how people scroll, how people touch, right? Because specifically when we look at how people do all of that, let me see if I can show it in a moment. Usually this would be my guide, right? Again, depending on where the icons are, be it the carousel icons or anything like that, we need to think about the proper areas. So whenever you have any buttons, anything really living on the top or living on the bottom, it needs to have a bigger padding, because usually it's very difficult for us to twist our finger, right? And also because the devices are tall, it's very difficult for us to be very precise with our index finger as well when we're holding a device. It's not as difficult if you're holding it in one hand and then you tap with another, but typically to be precise with one hand, right? If we optimize for just one hand experience, we can optimize for overall experience as well, right? Just one is just better with the other. So what we get is that the size of buttons, of pixels, of whatever icons that you might have at the bottom needs to be probably 45 pixels in padding, like including the width, of course, right? And maybe 42 pixels on the top. In between, it can be smaller, 34 pixels in the bottom, maybe 34 pixels right here as well. But then when you actually start scrolling the content and you have, let's say, links in the content, and you have maybe buttons or calls to action in the content, can be as small as 26 pixels. There are usually no problems with that at all, right? So that will be kind of my guide. That's not coming out of nowhere. There is a wonderful research done by Steven Huber on just that. Specifically, he wrote a lot of stuff about it in his blog, but also in a book that we published recently, Touch Design for Mobile Interfaces. Right, and this brings us to a very important point, because, for example, there are two minor things that I would like you to keep in mind. Whenever you have anything that requires a lot of precision, like remember maybe in a table we might have something like those little icons, right, indicating export function, edit function, delete function, anything like that, right? I would always try to not show them by default, but have a big button, and then when you click on that button, an overlay would show up. If people, however, are using a particular feature like delete or anything like that a lot, then it might be a good idea to expose it in some way as a button on the top of the table, right? Because usually if it's tiny icons, there will be a lot of frustration, a lot of problems caused by rage clicks or rage taps. In the same way, I would argue that if you have something like this in your interface, right, where you have maybe a color picker, so you click on one of the colors and then you can choose a color for a product, right, or a variant of the product, whatever it is. What I would say is, instead of forcing people to be extremely precise with their input, why don't we prompt a little view like this, so they can click on this entire area, like tap on the entire area, right, and then they can comfortably select what color they actually would prefer to see, right? This again is going to cause much less frustration, although it's another click, right? So that can be quite helpful. And another story that's related to this, if you have something that's really complex, like a complex structure that you might have, where you might want to allow people to, I don't know, to customize something or to pinpoint something that is relevant for them, you can have this little assistant pattern that we have sometimes for really complex structure configurators, where you can actually select a particular shelf or row or column like this, right? You often see it in stock charts, kind of things where you have this crosshair pattern. We can navigate it and actually drag or select what I want to do. You can actually apply it in very different contexts as well. For example, even this one. This seems to be working fairly fine, right? So you can actually go ahead and do that. Right, but returning to our carousels, just one final thing on this. If you had to pick a choice, again, I will be happy to provide the slides to wonderful organizers here, of course. This is a checklist that I'm following when I decide what to do and how to use the carousel, right? But in general, if you have to make a choice, you have to think about a few things. First of all, the more slices you have, the less attention the last ones are going to get. So you need to choose the sequence of slides carefully. You do not get this abrupt jump from 85% to 1% most of the time. If it's something like an experience, like think about booking.com, think about hotels.com, anything like that, when you plan your vacation maybe, right, then people will be scrolling through the slides of the carousel a lot, right? If you do have auto rotation, they should not rotate too quickly, because if they do rotate too quickly, so let's say faster than 5 seconds, every 5 seconds or 4 seconds, then people just skip. They just stop paying attention because it's just too fast. And obviously, whenever people hover or interact with it somehow, it has to stop. We always need to support swipe gestures. It's always a good idea to show a slice of the following slide as well. Always group those icons together and provide information sent. What I meant by that is replacing the dots with something that's more contextual, like thumbnails or labels, or even just progress. That'd be better. And usually it works best as an image gallery and also on product pages. That's where you will end up it working really well. Right. We have more coming up, right? I mean, I could do this like literally for hours, but I do want to show just some important things that we can also, I mean, again, there is going to be if you're interested, there is going to be a projected course which we're going to do I think in December, where we're going to dive into all those fine details. But for now, just some important things that we learned just recently. One of them relates to infinite scroll. And you might wonder, well, infinite scroll, this is a beautiful, wonderful infinite scroll. What's not to like? It's great, right? There are so many wonderful things happening here. You scroll and you see all the products. It's great. It's fantastic. In fact, it's fantastic. What's not to hate or what's not to like? It's overwhelming and difficult to manage. It usually has a high abandonment rates because people just get lost in all the products. It's very hard to spot what is the new bunch of products that has been displayed and what is the old one, right? The URL in the address bar is often broken, so whenever you start scrolling down, you kind of has the same URL normally, although we can actually fix that, right? It doesn't change, so the URL is broken. If you send it to a colleague, they will not be able to return or to get to that particular state, right? You cannot bookmark a location in that stream of items. Also, it's hard to reach the footer. You have to just scroll fast enough and sometimes click escape enough just in the right time so the new items don't have a chance to appear. It also breaks the scroll bar. It keeps shrinking, gets smaller, smaller. You have a lot of accessibility issues because you have to announce it to a screen reader. It has a lot of performance issues because you also had to get all this content from the server and also display it all fast. So rendering issues along with is another problem there. Okay, so I was tasked with a job to improve infinite scroll, and for a moment I thought there is no way I can improve it. It's just ridiculous. I mean, me, infinite scroll, I don't even like infinite scroll. What do you make me do? But then I asked myself, well, if I wanted to create a beautiful, nice, wonderful infinite scroll experience, what would it take? Not much, right? We just need to solve all these problems. All right, so how can we do that, right? So what would be the option? I mean, surely we have all these other alternatives, like being pagination, right? Being one of them. The problem with pagination is it works, there is no problem. But again, it's like the same issue like with the carousel. What would you expect on page number 8? Like, why would you even want to click there, right? So what's the point of it, right? So I'm not sure, right? On the other hand, every time you click on a new page, you have to jump to a new page that's kind of like everything gets refreshed. You actually jump to another page and everything has to kind of load again. Usually what you see in testing is that people would say that they prefer pagination, but they actually scroll less than they do with an infinite scroll. Or in other words, they're exposed to fewer products with pagination than with infinite scroll. It depends on the setting. So this is, of course, coming from e-commerce setting, right? But that's just something for you to keep in mind as well. And on the other hand, we have another option, right? We have this beautiful option, which is called the load more pattern, where basically, again, as you start scrolling, you maybe have a few items showing up. So as we keep going, go, keep going. Eventually, you might have seen this. There is a little bit jump in the scroll bar on the right. Right? And eventually, as you hit a particular threshold of items, you change or switch to load more products. right? And then whenever you click load more, you continue your exploration, right? So that's another pattern we could be using. Now, in general, this is fine, but then the one thing that is an issue here, because it kind of helps, right? Because it gives people sort of control about how many items they see, right? Yes, it's kind of better, but then still, sometimes people will say, well, why do I have to click all the time? And they don't really have a control about the particular state, right? So I thought, what if we try to make it a bit better, a bit more useful? For example, this is what it looks like. This is a load more pattern, right? You show a particular number of products. Once you hit the threshold, you switch to the button. So the first step, as you start scrolling, is infinite scroll. You maybe load the next 30 items, right? Then you reach the threshold, and then you switch to the load more button. What if we do it a bit differently? Like maybe this, right? Where you can say, hey, you can continue browsing right here from this point later. Plus, you could win a 350 gift card. Well, marketing folks loved it, right? So you can type in your email address and you're going to get a link to continue later. Because the common experience that people have is they want to switch from this device maybe to a desktop screen, right? And then the other way around. Usually it's very difficult, right? So what if we actually have this notion of bookmarking a location in that stream? Or you can make it even easier. You could say, well, continue here later. And if you want to, you can show this item on a separate page. Then you get to another page and you can send the link to that page, which has only those items that you have seen. Because why would you want to link to items that you haven't seen yet, right? If you want to send it to somebody. I mean, you either have this is the state, right? Or these are the things that I have seen. This is kind of the experience you might want to share, right? And obviously, once you actually go ahead, you can actually have a model where you can actually prompt people. You've seen 58 out of 270 items, right? So if you want to continue here later, you can actually show this kind of prompt, or automatically, you can have a little green check mark showing up. And the next time somebody goes to this page, you just need to give them a link to copy a link to that state, right? You need to prompt them, hey, there are new items that you haven't seen yet, right? And kind of have to append them to that stream. So they continue where they left off, but they don't miss the important new items, right? That could be pretty cool. And in fact, this could be looking like this. Copy a link to this position in the list, for example, right? And as you keep going, you kind of get this notion of bookmarking. You can actually get to a position where you want to be. The other thing that we have with infinite scroll, of course, is a footer, because we cannot hit the footer. But that's not the problem. We have sticky headers. Why don't we have sticky footers? So this is Damakan, which is a Malaysian food delivery service. Sometimes I have this feeling like today is going to be the day when I'm going to go for food delivery service websites around the world. And I type food delivery service Tokyo, and I type food delivery service Malaysia, and food delivery service Kiev and Tel Aviv, and so on. And I go through the website and I see how they do things. I don't know if you have this hobby as well. Maybe I'm alone on this, but this is always fun to do because you encounter all kind of things and you're exposed to all kind of websites you would never see otherwise. So here, we get sticky footer on Damakan. No problem. So whenever you need that footer, you just click on that footer and it opens up. That's all. Everything done, right? So if you need a footer, you can always get to the footer, even if you have an infinite scroll. Problem solved. But even better, what if you take it all together and combine it into one beautiful experience? So here we go. We have basically pagination together with infinite scroll in one design. How does it work? If you look at the top, right, the URL has changed as you now move from page 1 to page 2. You can always jump to the start or the top of the page, right? But also, you can also jump to the footer of the page, right? So you can actually open it up. You can also move to a particular page or move on to the next page, right? And if you ever wanted to move, let's say, to page number 6, you can actually do that as well. So it's pagination and infinite scroll combined into one pattern. Works, no problems here, right? But still, I do wonder, why would you ever want to click on page number 6 or page number 23? And here I think we also have the same problem that we have with carousels as well. We need to provide a bit more context, right? Because this is example that I saw a while back, I think maybe a decade ago, in 2012, I think, on one of the websites called Gilt, which was selling shirts, right? So they were having these kind of things right here. So you have these pointers next to the scroll bar. So they read or tap into what you're sorting by. In this particular case, I'm sorting by price. But it could also be a label, right? If it is a label like brand name, brand or brand label, whatever you want to call it, then it could go from A to Z. Like think about those address book pattern that you see in Google, you see on iOS as well, right? So you have this on the right, you have this kind of almost like a scroll wheel. You can jump to a particular letter right away. So it's kind of the same story, but why stop at letters? Because you can actually do that based on what people are sorting by. So if they're sorting price from low to high, why don't we surface that price right here? So if somebody's sorting from low to high, if they're interested in prices going from, I don't know, starting from 60, they can jump there, right? They feel like, oh, 35, they're just a little bit too cheap. Maybe not quite a good gift, right? And then, of course, this goes for infinite scroll, but it could also go for pagination because you can also have this kind of overlay almost, where you at least indicate to people what they should be expecting, right, between 4 and 5. Again, the price point that you're expecting there is 122. That's infinitely more valuable than just showing page number 6, right? And if you want to go even further than that, you can even use a minimap pattern. Well, here on minimap, if you have, let's say, imagine a long read article, right? And you want people to be able to explore it, and it's usually going to take a lot of time to read it. They might want to bookmark locations, right? You can say, I want to read this, and I want to read that, and you can actually jump to a particular section that you found interesting and continue later. Kind of the same story like we have with Infinite Scroll as well. This is great. I mean, we can do that, right? So if I had to choose what I would do with Infinite Scroll, if in doubt, usually I would say, well, because of all these issues that we usually have, maybe let's start with pagination first and see if it works. If it doesn't, let's explore Infinite Scroll, but let's separate all the new segments visually. So with something like, you've seen so many items, would you like to continue later? Allow people to bookmark a location, right? Maybe experiment with a combination of pagination and Infinite Scroll, or maybe just load more Infinite Scroll, but still being able to copy the URL to a state, maintaining the state, right? And also being able to copy URL and send it to yourself to continue navigating later. And again, maybe pointing out, if you do use pagination, just what exactly people will be able to find there when they jump to, let's say, page number 6. And all of this will definitely require a lot of accessibility and performance testing, because usually out of the box, there is quite a lot of development that needs to be done to make it work, right? I mean, it's not groundbreaking. It's not like it's, years of work, but it's not trivial. In that regard, pagination is, of course, much more trivial. Even if you just add those little labels next to pagination, that might be doing a trick. But pagination has reasons to exist, and many of those things that we have discovered as problems can actually be solved. Right? So that's pretty much fine now. All right, 2 more. I got 2 more for you.
Yeah, thank you.
I actually have a bit more that I could show. Or do you want me? Would I need to wrap up at this point?
Yeah, okay, great.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry for hijacking. I didn't mean to hijack. I promise. Maybe just 2 more things I wanted to highlight here as well. One of them relates to navigation, and specifically mega drop-down menus. Again, we see a lot of items that look pretty much, or a lot of navigation that looks pretty much like this. Or you have nested menus, and you start going into one, and then you go into another, and then you go into the third. And as you do, you always make mistakes because you just hit the wrong area. Then you have to start all over again. This is a very typical issue that we often have in hover menus, right? But it can be even worse. So if you look at this example here on dictionary.com, it has changed now, but it used to be like this for a while. Whenever you have a menu that opens up automatically whenever you hover over it, it will end up becoming an issue if you have a menu under an interactive element, like let's say search box. That's just a disaster. And we kind of learned how to fix that, right, over the years. We say, well, let's just have a bit of delay. The problem with delays is, for some people, they are just fine. For some people, they're too short. For some people, they're too long, right? And so we have this situation with Vodafone where every time you want to go somewhere, it's just overcasting almost, kind of going a little bit too far with the mouse and maybe click on the item and then you go in the wrong place and you always have to wait because there is a delay. So one thing and one trick that I always do to understand what's going on in the design, I go in frame by frame, still kind of really literally frame by frame. So in here, whenever I hover and I stay on there for a while, we have this transition happening from top to bottom, and then we have also fade in or fade out eventually. as well. Oh, well, no fade out, just fade in, right? And then just disappears. So I'm not sure why we actually need these transitions at all, right? I mean, we could say maybe it's a bit smooth and so on, but I don't think that is really helpful in that particular case. So with delays, we have to be very careful. It's going to be very difficult to get it just right. There are some ways of how to do that. One common way would be this Amazon pattern where you see, kind of calculate the triangle. As long as you're staying within this triangle, the section on the right is going to be displayed. The other pattern that's much more complicated is this one, which is called the SVG exit path areas, where the idea is, well, we have to calculate just this right path for that particular component, because again, it also has to be responsive, right? Not only the triangle, because triangle is usually not going to be precise enough. It might be overlapping something else as well, but we might want to get it just right. So even if you go to a smaller screen or that size changes, right, you still would be able to see quite a number of things right in there, the whole menu, and of course it has to be fully responsive. That's kind of a story in its own. So I would say in general, the best thing we can do, of course, is remove or replace hover menu with a click menu, right? And there are plenty of applications of that. Here's one of them, right? It just usually it's for some reason, I'm not quite sure why, it's actually quite difficult to convince anybody to do that. But in my experience, I have never seen a click menu performing much worse. It could be that in terms of discoverability, if you have a lot of navigation, then it's, hover menu is a bit faster, but it's not necessarily means that it's actually better this way. So if something is faster, but it kind of shows a lot of options all the time, that might be actually more confusing down the road. So we have to really measure the top tasks, right? The thing that people do, not like opening the menu. Who cares about opening the menu? But like, do people find a particular piece of information, right? Do they actually do that with hover menu? Do they actually do that with click and tap menus? Usually with click and tap menus, because it's more predictable, people understand how it works and they control it fully, that works better. And so when you have a click menu, of course, on desktop, you would probably get something like this on mobile, right? We kind of get some sort of little, accordions, maybe. It doesn't have to be accordions. It could be, sometimes we get the slide in menus from right to left. They are actually quite difficult at times as well. Because whenever you get this kind of pattern that you see on the left here, you have the menu, right? And you click maybe on one of the items, and then you have this navigation sliding in from right to left. It's very common, but there is one significant problem here. And the problem is you always see one level at a time. So that means that if you need to go back and navigate because you realize that you actually went into the wrong place altogether, you have to go back, and then you have to go back again in order to move to the previous level. And then to navigate forward, you actually have to go back. And you would not need that with an accordion. With an accordion, kind of moving forward, you can still close the accordion if you need to, but you don't have to. One way of solving this, if you do use this kind of menu here, is to have sort of breadcrumbs almost for your menu to indicate where you are. But overall, from my experience, I can tell that this pattern always going to perform worse compared to accordions. Always. Because with accordions, you just have a bit more control. Everything is clear. You open. There is no movement, like really confusing movement from right to left. You always see everything that you need to see. And you can always move forward all the time instead of actually moving back to move forward. So I would say, if I have a choice, I would always go with this. But there are a couple of other options to explore. One of them relates to how we actually see navigation. Because one pattern that started showing up is this kind of navigation queries pattern, where we see that we have on the top the typical navigation, right? But then additionally to that, we have a contextual navigation again, where we ask people, so what do you want to do here? Right? I want to borrow money for my MBA at BYU, and off you go. You go straight to the page that you find important, interesting for you. Again, the time to relevance here is much faster than if we actually force somebody to go to a section in the main navigation on the top, and then from that section go to MBA, and then from that section go to BYU, right? Instead, what do you want to do here, right? And that's it. You just get exactly where you want to go. It's actually used in many different scenarios. Like, for example, if you think about City of Düsseldorf kind of does the same thing. It's kind of information system almost. You pick one thing, right? And then you pick another, and then you get straight to the page, because there are plenty of pages on the site or sections on the site that you want to go to. That's great. I would always prefer that, as not as a replacement for traditional navigation and search, but as an add-on. Here's a really great example on AO.com, which is an e-commerce retailer. You pick, again, one of the things that you want to buy. You pick the type of that thing. Maybe you define some attributes like the size, things like that. You also define the price, and off you go. You get to time to relevance, which is like 12 seconds. You would never be able to reach that with people combining navigation and search with filters and sorting, right? That's just not going to happen. That's so much faster. So if you have to think about navigation to get people to relevance, time to relevance is going to be, at least 2 times faster, maybe even 3 to 4 times faster with this kind of pattern, those kind of navigation queries, right? There are also many other ways of things that you could do, of course. One interesting is to not hide navigation one step at a time, but actually show it. So here's an example of that for mobile, where we have a menu button. You click on the menu button and you have the sections, right? And then once we click on one of the sections, like let's say, I don't know, Teams, what would you expect? Now you might have this slide in from right to left happening, right? But do you need it? Maybe not. Maybe you can actually show multiple levels at the same time. This is a so-called curtain pattern, where you actually show multiple levels at the same time without using an accordion, right? So here you can actually navigate very quickly between Teams and news and explore everything that's going on there. And if it needs more, if it's lengthier than that, that's fine, because you can actually use 2 lines. That's fine. That still works. No problem there. There are plenty of examples of that in action. Here's one, right, on the Institute for Faith, Work, and Economics. Can you get the same story? Maybe these arrows on the right are a bit small, right, but kind of the same story. There was something similar on Cancer Decay, where they were using this multi-column split right here. And then here on PlayStation, it's also this curtain where you pick one of the sections. You still have access to the other sections, right? But they can also move on. So you can actually move between levels without having to go back like you usually do when you go in and you have to leave, right? Well, there are also a few other things that's actually quite neat. Like, for example, I once discovered this when I had my wonderful day for going through insurance websites all over the world. And this was one which I discovered, and I was really confused for a moment, because they had for the breadcrumbs this. And this is kind of a drop down, right? So whenever you go and you want to explore some similar, or not similar, siblings of this page at which you are on right now, you can do that from the breadcrumb. And I ask myself, but do we then need the big global navigation in the first place? Well, we probably do, but not on level 4 and level 5. So it's not like we need a mega drop down that goes from level 1 to level 5. You can do that, but it might be not needed, because we can actually do that on the breadcrumbs level, right? And so as you do that, you actually end up with a lot of places that actually do something similar. This is one of them. This is one of my favorite websites ever. Federal Statistical Office of the Schweizerische Eidgenossenschaft Data Science Competence Center. I hope that you are going to those kind of websites every single day. This is a great little website. And they have these little breadcrumbs all over the place, right, on the global level. So instead of main menu, I'm like, that's quite cool. Maybe that's something that we could be using as well. They actually changed a little bit, so they have now these breadcrumbs showing above articles as well. They still have the main navigation, because it's important to show it, because people need to understand what the site has to offer, right? But the main navigation on a given page, on every page, actually appears like this, right? Which I think is actually quite brilliant. It's very interesting to see that in action. So that would be kind of an option for us to consider as well, right? And of course, another really important one, or very helpful one, which would be quite interesting to explore, would be whenever we have this click-through menu. So you click on one of the items, right? And then you can click on another, and then you can click on another, and then you actually get to the page, right? So that would be great to see in general. So this kind of click-through menus can be working very well, right? But then one thing that actually really works well or best is, for me personally, indeed this notion of trying to do something like this, maybe splitting the screen, or using just a regular accordion that we see here on the right. It never fails with me, like ever at all. If you don't, then at least it's a good idea to indicate very clearly that you are here on the links level, where you go directly to the category page, and you can always go back to the category, right? That's usually a reasonable idea to have. So to sum up this part, whenever you have a hover menu, you can just test if it's tap or click is going to work better. Chances are high that it's not going to work worse, right? I cannot guarantee any improvement of any metrics, but usually there is no reason to keep a hover menu. To be honest, all the things like hover delays and transitions, they can be very frustrating. It's very difficult to get them right. Right. And in general, if you do need one, then you need to think about very carefully about this SVG exit path areas. You also need to allow people to navigate within the mega dropdown with keyboard, right? And sometimes that's actually a good idea to keep sticky navigation for easier access, especially whenever people are moving within a page. On mobile, avoiding these multi-layers where things are slightly moving from left to right and left to right or right to left, right? And in general, again, vertical and horizontal accordions usually are going to work best, right? And finally, the last one, just 3 more minutes, dear friends, and I'm happy to jump into all your questions. Please write your questions in the chat in the meantime. I'll be happy to answer all of them. Filters, we really have to get that right. I see so many issues with filters, it's just unbelievable. Here's a typical example of that on Sears, I guess. So you keep using the filters, and again, this is an e-commerce setting. It could be anything, it could be university. I mean, think of anything really. So you click on one of them and the entire interface freezes. You're being scrolled up automatically, and then you don't even see what you have selected, right? And so what do I do now, right? And why do we freeze? And why do we scroll people up? Well, for them to see the products, but maybe there is another way of doing that. Here's another example. This is actually calls for a joke that I have to say. And you can laugh, but you don't have to at home or whenever you're watching this. So if you find it funny, you can say funny in the chat maybe later. So the joke goes like this. There's going to be a punchline. So again, you can laugh if you want, but you don't have to. The joke goes like this. How do you call a singing computer? And the answer is Adele. Okay, maybe it wasn't funny. I can explain it later if it needs to. But looking back at Dell, here is the issue that we have here. So as you start going and you start filtering and you go from one to the other, eventually there is just this refresh happening, right? And you have no idea why. And it's only one of the filters that you have selected that is now applicable or that's now applied. It's just very, very confusing and frustrating. And the reason is the same story. We freeze, we wait for the server to respond, and then we continue. We need to separate these responsibilities and actually break down and do this asynchronously. And really, there are two great examples of this. For example, Stockholm University, the same issue but differently solved. So you have filters on the left, and just let people be, just let people filter, just let people click on many items as many as they like. Let them click and click and click and click and click, and then replay, kind of refresh the data as it comes through on the right. But do not block access. Like, let people just select as many filters as they like. And in fact, beyond that, even further than that, you can actually make the search results a bit more useful. Here, it's not like links to pages. It's actually meaningful content right here. Plus, if you want to filter the content that you see in search results, right, you actually can use autocomplete here as well. That's great. This is a great example of how it should be. Decoupling the search results from the filters that we see on the left, right? But you might say, well, I don't have a sidebar on the left. No problem. Here's another example of this, which is Galaxus, which is one of my favorite websites as well, where if you look at it, you just click for the filters, you get an update on how many items you should be expecting. And it's only when you click on that button, when you actually get an update about how many items you're going to see, right? And not how many items you're going to see, but how the new items that are going to kick in. So again, if we look at it very slowly, right, you open the menu for the filters, you select whatever it is that interests you, like maybe the size, right? You see the number of items that you will be expecting there. You click, right? There's 11 products that you're going to see. There is nothing that's happening in the back. Nothing. It's just static, it's still, and it's only when you actually click on that button that the list of products gets updated, right? So why do we need to update in real time? Is it really necessary? Maybe we should be giving people a chance to just go ahead and fill in as much as they like, type in as many filters as they like, because we should not make an assumption that people only need one filter. Here's a typical problem that shows up on mobile too. And I mean, I'm not trying to make fun of those sites. It's just a very, very common assumption that we should not be making. So here on Walgreens, whenever you pick one of the filters, right here, everything freezes, the filters gets closed, dismissed, and then you actually are on a page. And then if you want to set up another filter, right, you have to go back into the filter, right, and then actually do this all over again. Frustrating. On the other hand, I also don't get why we actually do this. Like, some of you might have seen this before as well, right? We have this kind of weird thing. Isn't it like weird? If aliens ever came to the planet, they would be very confused why we design filters like this. For example, why do we have this here? So we have this blurred thing in the back. And of course, surely, whenever we're using that filter and we click on some of the filters, the items in the back get updated. But this is such a waste of time and effort, right? Because you don't see anything behind the scenes. You just see that something is updated, but you cannot really act on it, right? And I get that sometimes we actually get it or use it as a way to get out. But having a floating button which says cancel or close or dismiss or anything like that would be also quite reasonable. I don't get that. I would rather go ahead and say, why don't we actually split the screen here vertically and allow people to access women's clothing and size and color on the one hand, and then having all those things, all these options on the right? Like maybe an example here in the middle, right? Let me see if I can show it right here. So you can sort, right? And you have this little bottom sheet showing up, right? But on the other hand, whenever you click on the filter, that's great. Why don't we see this everywhere, right? Why do we need to save space for something that's even blurry? That doesn't make sense to me at all. So instead, you show this overview of all the filters on the left. Remember this vertical split that we had previously when it came to I don't remember what we called it, curtain pattern, right? So we have this thing here on the left, and then here we add all those things. It's very compact. It's great. It's the best we could do, right? I just don't get why we actually need to do it differently at all. That makes perfect sense to me. And finally, also of all these examples, if you do anything, the one thing that you really need to get right is to avoid people waiting infinitely. Again, let people click as much as they like. I like that this hi-fi system is dancing, but it just really slows me down every single time. So we need to decouple, we need to split the screen, and just allow people to select filters whenever they want, as much as they like, and only then actually act on it when they're ready. And that's the final point, and if they're using sort of autocomplete, right, it's a good idea to make it a bit more useful by showing some categories, or even showing the products right away along with the keywords, right? Or maybe even showing like different categories and products and search suggestions as well. But one thing that we should not be doing for sure is this. You might say, oh, what's a big deal? What's a big problem here? Well, the problem is you actually end up with an issue here, because if I ask you now, do you know what the click on this icon does? What does it do? So if you do, please write a plus in the chat. If you don't, please write a minus in the chat, right? I would say that from my experience, and I mean from the project that I was involved with, there is a 92% chance that you have no idea what it does. It's used everywhere. It's used in Google search results, on mobile. It's used all over the place. But it has a very low discoverability rate. Only a few people actually know how that works. And how is it different from a click over here, right? In fact, whenever you click here, you actually get straight to that search query. So you get to search results page, which has this query on. If you click here, on the other hand, this text string, or this kind of text snippet, optisches Audiokabel, jumps into the search field right here. You can continue typing from here, right, without actually seeing the results. Not many people know that. If you want to make this work better, we need to make something like this, right? Which is actually, ironically, what Google has decided to do. Like there's been a big update on not material design, but I think there was a big mobile search update that they're rolling out now, or they're planning on rolling out. And the idea here is, well, we give people suggestions, but not like as this arrows on the right, but instead as just little pins or badges. So you can go ahead and type and explore and then construct the query. And it has two benefits. On the one hand, you will always get to the results that, to some results, because you're not going to suggest people any kind of keyword suggestions that are not going to work, right? That will bring to empty results pages. And on the other hand, people kind of move comfortably. I did this video, I think, like 6 or 7 years ago or so, but this pattern is actually still quite helpful and quite useful. So finally, when it comes to filters, we should avoid this blocking experience of synchronous, where we expect that people just select one filter at a time, and then that's it, right? We need to make it a bit more, kind of decouple it, allow people to specify multiple filters at the same time. You can actually have this filter overlay, but then you can actually split the screen on mobile. And also, it's a good idea to consider that apply button both on mobile and on desktop. If you do auto apply, make sure that you never freeze the UI so people can still move forward with their filters. All right, I'm almost done, I promise. Just a few final words on this to wrap up. There are plenty of things that people like. We know that they like them. We notice it's kind of the same year after year after year after year. I mean, again, when I started back in 1998, this was pretty much the same story. Not much has changed. People want a fast, accessible experience, large, legible text, focus states, active states, simple things, large separable areas. We want to be able, as customers, as users, as visitors, to just not fall into the trap of making more and more mistakes as time passes by, right? And we can create incredible experiences. We can. So if we look at, even horrible things, who likes a pop-up? Nobody likes a pop-up, right? But this is probably the best pop-up I've seen in years, and I wish it was on every single website out there. It's so incredible. I wish it was everywhere, like absolutely everywhere, right? It's just so annoying, so frustrating. It's great. It's amazing. But then you also get these interfaces, have to what is the date of birth, right? And you can type in whatever date you want and you steal that in, right? But maybe you can actually make it more interesting, right? So I think I showed these slides on Krupa conference many, many years ago, but it's still so viable, so important, because this doesn't require a lot of attention, a lot of work. So this is just pop-ups, right? And it asks you how old you are. And then as you answer, it kind of becomes a story on its own. So as you keep going, kind of ask more questions and kind of drives you into your choose your own adventure kind of story and kind of move from one thing to another. And it's nice. It's easy. Just a bunch of pop-ups, right, which make a story. And again, this is such a strong emotional connection that you can never achieve with anything, independent of what you're doing with the carousels or anything else. Maybe sometimes there is a place for pop-ups after all, right? And then once you answer that, you actually get to a friend right here. On the other hand, also even small things can be quite remarkable. This is Borden, US, which is an e-commerce retailer store. And you think about the boring things like title. What can be more boring than title, right? Well, plenty of things. I think it doesn't have to be boring. Here, you can select a lot of options, whoever you want to become today. Princess, lady, lieutenant, field marshal, lord, earl, Baroness, whatever it is that you prefer, you can always pick it. There are 56 options to choose from here. It's all good, right? And then, of course, there are all those little things. This has become quite famous for a while. And there are some interfaces actually doing that. For example, there is this wonderful creature, and that creature is really paying attention to what you're typing. And sometimes you might want to say, well, you don't make people think, but maybe sometimes make people think for just a second, just so they can get a bit excited about playing with this interface and kind of getting this emotional attachment to it. I think that's worth a lot, and something we don't even consider that much, right? And finally, also, there is no harm in making people wait every now and again. That's fine, as long as it looks funny. And even something as boring as a little toggle can be extremely exciting. If you want to get people to subscribe to your newsletter, maybe you make them work a little bit to do that. Right, so let them interact with this little creature. Let them kind of try to tap 5 times, maybe 6 times, and really have this emotional connection almost with that character, just to see if they can actually make it. Because if they do subscribe after 22 times of tapping that toggle, right, then maybe they really will be remembering you, and that's worth a lot. Right, that's worth a lot, right? So, just as a quick note at this point, I have compiled a lot of things in the little training that I've been running, and I think that there is at least one person who is watching right now who attended this person put in. I think that you did, right? Who attended the training where we go through all those things and way more within 8 sessions live. Plus, on top of that, there is also a video course. Which has at this point, I think, 28 video segments, overall 8 hours of content. But everything from maps to tables, enterprise dashboards, and everything like that. So I hope that you will find that useful. If you go to Smart Interface Design Patterns right here, you will find it there, right? I would love to see you in the course. I would love to see you in the workshop. That would be fantastic. Please take a screenshot right now. That would be a good opportunity for you if you want to participate, right? Just smartinterfacedesignpatterns.com. It's a very lengthy URL, but sorry about that. With this in mind, thank you so much everyone for joining in. I hope there were some useful insights in there. Right? I come in peace with cats and more cats, and I hope that we will finally soon meet in Kiev or in Lviv in Ukraine and celebrate together. So thank you so much for listening. I'm very much hopeful and optimistic. So if you have any questions, I'm right here.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Vitaly. I must say you have a keen eye for details. That's really, really nice.
I hope it's a good thing. I hope it's a good thing.
That's a great thing. Really,
Excellent.
that's a great thing. You mentioned such a small little details, but they are still like work like an excitement for the users. That's nice.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, and we already have questions. So
Excellent.
the first one, what to do or how to behave if you do not agree with stakeholders regarding design decisions. For example, when you see that they are absolutely absurd or don't make sense.
Yes, I think that this is also a question that you had, I think, as well. Julia, I think I actually do something very similar to what you do, because I would never say to them, oh, this is just ridiculous. Like, we would never do that. I would always try to say, well, sure, I'm all happy, but these are the KPIs and these are the targets that we have established early on in the project, in the process, right? This is what we aligned ourselves on. We want performance, we want accessibility, we want this and this and this and this and this, right? So we don't want to endanger that, right? We want to go in the right direction. We are all very much aligned on that, right? So let's see if your solution, right, fits the bill. If it does, because it's just an opinion of, a button should be green or anything, all right, well, I'm happy to test it, right? I have no doubt, no problem with that. I cannot say, oh, this is just horrible, because again, I think we need to move away from this notion of preference, because we often think about our design preferences. Oh, we like it this way, or we don't like carousels, we like to group things, we like this kind of animation and so on. That really doesn't matter. Well, at least it shouldn't matter, because again, if there is a particular design that solves a particular problem well, we should be measuring, or we should be able to measure how well a particular design solves a particular problem, right? And so if your design or their design or his or her design works better than yours, well, then you learn something from it. That's no problem. So what I would always try to argue is, all right, so okay, that's an interesting point. We can consider that, but we always need to measure it. So if indeed it ends up working better, sure, then we have to proceed. But usually, right, we can always see, again, if you look at the very detailed level, like this position of arrows in the carousel. I mean, I've been through this for the last 3 years a lot. So I don't expect to see some remarkably different results in a particular environment. It can happen. So if you're working in an enterprise world and you're moving to, let's say, museum website, you might have different experiences there. So that might happen. But if you are working in a similar environment, this is unlikely to happen. And in the end, I hope that they hire you to do the job well. So they need to come with some trust. But it always, for me, this is really an important bit. I always try to define very early, not before we start in designing and before we go a lot into discovery, although it's part of discovery, of course. We try to define what are the goals that we're trying to achieve there, right? And there are very specific things. And just to give an example here, right, because I think if I could share for just a moment the screen, yet again, right, I hope you can see the screen. You will be able to see the screen in a moment.
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah. So this is a thing that started that I see a lot of projects now integrating. And I don't know if you have projects like that already, but the idea is, well, many companies, big companies, the Toshibas, the IBMs, and so on and so forth, they always push for this idea, or not push, but they always highlight themselves for this idea of sustainability, right? Against climate change and trying to make as much as possible to avoid waste and things like that. So surely this is usually going to be like on big advertising. We did this, we did that, but surely a website that's visited by millions of people, maybe even tens of millions of people a year, right, needs to apply or comply with that. And so one thing that I started working on recently, and this has been actually a thing for the last two projects, there is this notion of how can we make our website or our application or our product environment friendly or clean or green, whatever it is that you want to call it, right? Because you can actually measure just how much impact your design, and I'm specifically talking about design because implementation is a different story. We can talk about implementation as well. But in terms of design, you can measure just how much impact your particular design decision, let's say parallax, has on carbon offprint, right? Or carbon footprint. So if you take, I don't know, something like CNN.com, right? And you run it for this website Carbon. This is actually quite established tool. It uses plenty of different heuristics, but also the weight of the page and the server where it lives and so on. You can say, this website is not clean at all. And you get to a particular number, right? Again, we can argue about that number, but if you think about this, so 5.5 gram of CO2 is produced every time someone visits web page. That doesn't sound like a big deal, but we need to put it in the context. Again, this is what I would do in the beginning, right? I would say, hey, let's see what are the goals that we want to achieve. Let's see what competitors are doing, and let's see what we want to be. Want to be clean? Well, that means we need to be clean, meaning under 0.3 gram of CO2. Now, again, how can we then translate it meaningfully? Again, to the point of how do you kind of communicate it to your stakeholders? Well, the traffic that you get. I don't know how many page views CNN.com gets every month. I would assume that it's at least 2 million per month, which would make for maybe 25 million pages, right, on a given year, page views. That makes for 1,647 ton of CO2, which makes, if you want to, just one page, not to mention, just one single page. So this web page emits the amount of carbon that 75,000 trees absorb in a year. So if you wanted to make it environment friendly, right, as a company, you would need to plant 75,000 trees for this page alone, right? Or you just make this website faster, better, more accessible, performant by removing things that we don't need, right? And then you can have a conversation, because nobody will come to you and say, well, we had this goal about sustainability, but it's not so important on our website. It cannot be, because again, if you are sustainable, then this is coming from the top, right? It's not going to be kind of coming only from one little direction. It will be coming from the top. And then you can say, well, if we make this design decision like that, then we can jump from that number to, I don't know, 20,000 trees or anything like that. And you can actually measure it. More than that, you can actually bring it and calculate revenue out of that or expenses out of that. Because if you look at Amazon and everything, hosting a website it doesn't come for free. Traffic doesn't come for free. So you can see that this might account for something like 15,000. Right? This site costs us to host 15,000, maybe even more per month. Right? So that's just something to keep in mind, because again, traffic is not free. If we reduce traffic, we can also save costs in there. So I try to argue like that, really speaking about the language that they push for and that they are perceptive for, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's always important and meaningful to speak to business with money. It always works.
It usually
Okay,
does.
so the next question. Do you always stick to material design or Apple guidelines when designing mobile apps? As an entry-level designer, sometimes I feel like I'm obligated to follow the guidelines.
Yeah, so I think that I see what you mean. I mean, if I'm being very honest, not I didn't even have a single project that involved mobile apps. My work right now right now I'm working with the European Parliament, and it seems like a small thing, but it's 138 different websites that need to be kind of brought together into one umbrella, which is kind of a story on its own. So there is no application per se, right? I would say yes, you need to. I know what you mean, and I think that in many ways, if you want to be we need to operate with or speak the language that users understand. So if you have, let's say, if you're living, or if your application lives on it's going to live on an Android platform, it will be familiar for people if you're using the material design language, right? No problem there. But it doesn't mean that another language will not be understood, right? So I don't think that one excludes the other. I don't think you're making a mistake by sticking to material design, but it doesn't mean that you have to. I will put it this way. Still, I would say that if you come, when it comes to a new application being built, it's probably going to be respecting these guidelines, because again, many things and the way they work and the way they will feel much more natural in that platform. And because if you start designing differently, kind of a different experience for the navigation, for transitions, for everything, it will feel foreign, and that's maybe not necessarily what you want. So I think that maybe yes, but again, if I look, for example, at Airbnb, right, it's beyond that. It's kind of holistic. It does not necessarily have this material design version and iOS version. It's just Airbnb version, and they port it everywhere. So I don't think you need to, but I guess you can, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's always a great challenge because, according to Jacob's law, the majority of their time people spend on the other websites. So if you decide to step up from the guidelines, it's always a huge challenge to teach people how to use your product.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, and we have another question. Can one person do UX researches, visuals, and design systems equally good? Or it's better to focus on a single thing? What's your opinion?
Frankly, I haven't. I mean, maybe I haven't met a person who can do all of that, right? I mean, if we look into roles that we have now in the industry, it's remarkable because sometimes you get really interesting roles like UX anthropologist. That would be somebody who is actually really studying people, like on a deep level, like their habits and everything, what they're exactly doing, like in a very, very deep level, very personal level. How do they operate on the site, under which condition, when, and all the things. It's very, very deep. I think it's actually quite difficult to find a person who can do all of that. One thing I can say, however, is that it's actually quite important, quite useful to um, to know enough about all the different industries to navigate there comfortably. So my goal has been over the last year not to necessarily know everything about everything, but have a map in front of me. So with the right people, right resources, right destinations to go, Slack channels, Slack communities, and all that. So I can say, if I need now to learn about UX research more because I have a project that requires it and I have no idea and there is nobody who is doing research, I'll go there, right? They have some articles, or maybe I can, of course, ask on Twitter and well, so as long as it exists, and so on, right? But I would say it's probably impossible, Polina. I mean, surely there is a way to do everything, to be able to do everything badly, but I think it's really difficult to make everything, kind of do everything well. I do think that there is this notion of specializing, although I'm a generalist and I'm really, really happy to be one, but I really have to stay on my toes all the time as I'm navigating from one place to another, because very often I'm missing some specific foundation that I would need to make good decisions.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I agree that it's really impossible to. I mean, maybe there are some exceptions, but I haven't met them yet, I'd
Yeah,
say.
well, I'm sure we will meet them one day,
Of
and then you will be
course.
surprised. Oh
Oh,
wow,
yeah,
these people actually exist.
yeah, yeah. Okay, guys, so I see that we have no further questions. So please subscribe to Vitaly in Facebook, and I also saw that Vitaly would be giving a lecture in Estonia, yeah, in the
Yes,
usability day.
yes. I'm
Yes.
I'm coming to also in Lithuania. Actually, I'm coming to Vilnius first.
Okay.
So if you like Vilnius workshop something, you'll probably
Okay.
find it. But also in Estonia World Usability, they're very excited about that. It's also
Yeah.
nice people. Will you be there by any chance?
No, I'm in Ukraine, but
Okay.
if someone from our participants is in Lithuania or in Estonia or would be, So please join the workshop. I believe that you will have a great time. So thank you, Vitaly. Thank you very much for your help. It's very much appreciated that you decided to join us to help us in our conference. We really value it very much.
Of course,
Thank
thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. And guys, we will meet with you in a couple of minutes, and we will do the quiz history of Ukraine, and we will give the framer licenses for winners. Thank you. See you in a couple minutes. Okay, hi everyone. Guys, I hope that you are still with us. I understand that it's been a long day. We had great lectures. It was very interesting. And this is like the last step for today. Make yourself a cup of coffee and let's start. So now, as the final step of our conference for today, is quiz for the Framer license and the Grammarly license handoff for those who had the highest donation for today. As I mentioned, every day we would be giving the Framer license for the winner of the quiz of the day, and today is the history of Ukraine. And we also give the license for Grammarly Premium for those who had who give the highest donation for the day. Drop please a message to the chat, those who are still with us, those heroes who are still watching our live and who would be participating in our quiz. I hope that you guys know the history of Ukraine really good. Okay, and if you are still with us, please go to menti.com and enter the code that you see on the screen right now. It's 44103322. Menti.com, and please enter this code. So you would enter the quiz that we will do now. It's only 11 questions, it's not that much. And at the end, the winner gets the Framer license. I guess it's pretty fair game. Okay, guys, I hope that you managed to go to menti.com. Let me just see the... Okay, here. Okay, great. Wonderful. So lots of people. Wow. Okay, so let's wait another 10 seconds just to let everybody who wants to join. Yeah, and if you missed it on my slide earlier, so you could see it at the top of my screen right now. It's menti.com and the code 44103322. We now have 17 people, 18 people. Guys, join because we are about to start. Well, already we had 19 people, and now we have 18. Reload the application and join, because when we join, when we start the quiz, you would not be able to join because we will be counting the leaderboard. Okay, so 18 people, 19. Let me give you another 10 seconds. Prepare yourselves for the quiz. It only has, as I mentioned, 11 questions. I hope that you know the history of Ukraine really good. Okay, so let's start. And the first question would be, during the first millennium, the territory of modern Ukrainian steppe was occupied successively by ancient tribes. Name one of them. Time's up. Okay, we have 7 people who answered correctly. Yay, you know the history of Ukraine pretty well. Let's go to the next question. Yeah, it's our leaderboard. Okay. Remember, those who answered fastest gets the highest number of points and will be closer to our framer license. The second question. Ready? Okay. Look at your phones. Yeah, Kozak is Turkish word for bravery, pride, free man, strong power. 3, 2, 1. Let's see. 11 people knows the right answer. Great. And let's look at our leaderboard. Okay. Okay, great. We have our leaders, by the way. Okay, let's go with the next question. The third one. Again, remember, answer fast to get more points. Who was not a leader of Ukrainian Cossacks? Severin Naливайко, Petro Сагайдачний, Михайло Дорошенко, or Andrei Sheptytsky? I hope that you know, because it's a pretty simple question. Okay. So mostly you know. Yes, so Andrei Sheptytsky was the Archbishop of the Greek Catholic Church of Ukraine. Yeah. And okay, let's look at our leaderboard. Yeah, it's so excitement. Yeah. Okay, let's go with the next one. Ukraine is home to the first constitution in the modern world. Who created it? Володимир Великий, Пилип Орлик, Богдан Хмельницький, or Дмитро Орлик? 3, 2, 1, and time's up. Пилип Орлик. Okay, great. So mostly all of you know it. Let's look at our leaderboard, whether we have an absolute leader. It's hard to tell. Okay. Let's go with the next one. It's the fifth question. And what was the first Ukrainian city that received the Magdeburg right? That's going to be a tough one. Lviv, Poltava, Volodymyr-Volynski, or Zdolbunov? Magdeburg right is the right for municipal autonomy. Volodymyr-Volynski. Yeah, the right answer is Volodymyr-Volynski. Great. Let's look at our leaderboard. And who is our absolute leader for now? It's Michael. Okay, great. Let's see the answers to the next question. And the question: Stalin, Churchill, and Roosevelt met at the Conference Organization of Post-War Europe in 1945, hosted by Ukraine. Where was this conference? Kyiv, Odessa, Yalta, or Berdyansk? 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Yalta. Yeah. Again, the majority of people know that. Great. And let's see at our let's look at our leaderboard. Okay, it's a tough game, you know. The difference is not so big between our leaders. Let's see with the next question. How many times Ukrainian language was banned by the Russian government and then the Soviet Union? It's in 400 years. 5, 98, 134, or 10. Make your best guess. Time's up, and it's 134 times. There was different episodes in history, but yeah, this is what we have. Let's look at our leaderboard. Okay, that was a tough one. I I understand. Okay, Ira, seems like you have great chances to win the framer license. Let's go with the next question. When did revolution on granite happened? By the way, this is the image from this revolution. July 1990, October 1990, August 1990, or July 1991? Yeah, the right answer is October 1990. This revolution took like 15 days, and by that time there are thoughts that that was one of the most productive revolutions, of course, by that time. Let's look at our leaderboard. Okay, Ira, you have great chances, but still we have a couple of questions, so okay, let's go next. Yeah, when Soviet Union was collapsing, Ukraine's parliament declares independence, a decision that was approved by Ukrainian voters in national referendum. So when did it happen? 1991, 1939, 1918, or 1990? Wow, absolute. Yeah, great. That's nice. Everybody knows the right answer. And here, I guess we will just see who was the fastest here. Okay, Mariana, you still have your chance. So prepare for the next question. Let's see what we have here. When did Ukraine officially apply for membership of the European Union? October 1st, 2014, February 28, 2022, April 13, 2015, or August 23, 2022? No, actually, the right answer is February 28, 2022. It's like a couple of days after the full-scale invasion. Let's see. Okay. Wow, that would be a really tough game right now, guys. The difference is not so big, so prepare. That would be pretty easy question. I promise you that would be really easy question because that's the end. But let's see, and this is the last question for today for our quiz, and the winner gets the framer license. Ready? What is the national Ukrainian dish that is included to UNESCO list of intangible cultural heritage? Vareniki, beetroot soup, borscht, potato cake. I believe that everyone knows the answer here. 3, 2, 1. And let's see who is the winner. First, let's see what's the right answer, sorry. Yeah, it's actually borscht. I know that you might be that you might be mistaken by beetroot soup. I did it on purpose. So yeah, but the traditional Ukrainian dish that is included to UNESCO list of intangible cultural heritage is borscht, and it was starting from this year, as far as I remember. Okay, so the winner, the new owner of the framer license for today is Mariana. Congratulations! It was really tough game. Really, it was hard. The difference was not so big, but Mariana, we congratulate you. Please drop us a message in Instagram So we can get your details, your email, where should we send the promo code for Framer license. Great, congratulations, Mariana. And let's move to the next prizes for today. Yeah, we already went through the quiz. Mariana, congratulations. You know the history of Ukraine the best, like today and amongst all our participants. That's great. And let's go to the next presents from us. We would like to thank Viktor Brovchenko for the highest donate today. And today, Viktor gets the Grammarly Premium license. Also, please drop us message in Instagram to get your license. And we also thought that we might give you even more presents today. And we've decided to and it would also work for the day tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. We not only give present for the highest donate of the day, we also give the present for the second highest donate of the day. And today it's very surprising, but today it's our speaker, one of our speakers from Kelly. He gave us the second highest donate today. Frankeli, if you are still with us, if you haven't started learning Ukrainian today, I guess that that's the right sign for you, because the book that we are giving to you, Zagmeister and Walsh Beauty, actually the book is in Ukrainian. Yeah, I guess that's the right sign for you that it's time to start learning Ukrainian. Also, if you're watching us, please drop us message in Instagram. If not, then we will find you. Okay, guys, and let me remind you that tomorrow we also have tomorrow we have the second day of our conference. Tomorrow we also have quiz. Tomorrow it would be cities of Ukraine. Yeah, tomorrow the quiz for Framer would be dedicated to cities of Ukraine. And tomorrow we also have, we will also reward those who would make the highest donation of the day. So we will reward the first highest donation of the day and the second highest donation of the day. Thank you very much. Thank you for being with us. We hope that it was a really nice and interesting event for you today, and see you tomorrow. Thank you very much. Have a great evening.